received a big round of applause to everyone. I request our respected dignitaries to join for ringing the bell of democracy. I request all the dignitaries, eminent guests, to join us for ringing the bell of democracy. Yes, dear students, this is a symbolic bell of democracy. A round of applause. All the dignitaries are ringing the bell of democracy, a symbolic act. Thank you, thank you, thank you all, and I request all the dignitaries kindly come on stage and occupy your designated seat. I request all the students kindly maintain the silence and discipline. I request all the eminent speakers, dignitaries, and all other respected leaders kindly occupy your designated seat. Thank you. Respected Rahibai Popere, Neeru Yadav ji, Rushali Kulkarni, Dr. Parimal Sudhakar ji, Dr. Abhijit Sutar, Tanisha Kothari, Dr. Abhijit Dhere, Dr. Vinaya Kohokar, Dr. Shivaprakash Barve, Dr. Ganesh Radhakrishnan, and our eminent guest, Rahibai Popere, Vidyut Mohan, and Neeru Yadav ji. A very good morning to all of you, all the heads, deans, respected faculty members, and my dear students. I welcome you all in the third session of the Social Leadership Development Program. The theme of this third session is Social Leadership for Innovative Agriculture Practices. And you could see the eminent speakers, social leaders are there in front of you. I, Dr. Shalini Tonpe, extend a very warm welcome to all the respected dignitaries, my dear colleagues, and dear students. Once again, welcome in this session. I know since yesterday we are experiencing the great, huge, and beautiful gathering and also getting the guidance how to become a social leader. Now, I should mention here one of the greatest initiatives taken by our Executive President of MIT World Peace University, the founder of Sarpanch Parishad. He said, Sarpanchs are key to the development of every village. They are an important connect between the villages, the state and central government. The essence of this Sarpanch Sansad is to bring the Sarpanch, the government, important political leaders, media, subject matter experts to facilitate effective and holistic rural development of our villages. From 2017, we are hosting this event. So a big round of applause for this kind of initiatives taken by MIT World Peace University. And I request my technical team kindly relay the film on Sarpanch Sansad.
Sarpanch is an equivalent of the head of a village, and as the elected representative of the village, he is the key contact between centre, state government and villagers. Maharashtra Sarpanch Sansad, conducted for the very first time in December 2017 at MIT World Peace University, Pune, is a unique initiative by Shri Rahul V. Karar, Executive President, MIT World Peace University and Founder Dean of MIT School of Government. This initiative, like many other nation-building initiatives, are ably supported by Founder President of MIT's MIT Group of Institutions, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karar. Sarpanch Sansad was organized following the Prime Minister's Rural Development Formula, and it endeavors to create model villages at every taluka level and ensure speedy development of villages. The Sansad is the gathering of Sarpanch, experts from different fields, representatives of government, government officials, and media representatives on a single platform to discuss the ways and means of strengthening the village ecosystem. This initiative aims to bring together all the stakeholders necessary for rural development. The Gram Sabha forms the base of our pyramid, and Sarpanch Sansad is a platform which will help in transforming and strengthening democracy by empowering the Sarpanch. This will become an important platform for rural development in next 10 to 20 years and a model for world to emulate. Unlike the past, we only see 45% people living in a village. I stressed that brain drain of people should be stopped and youngsters should be a part of government functioning. A nation is as strong as its weakest link, and it's time that we strengthen our villages.
Thank you, team, and big round of applause. Such a wonderful social initiative taken by our own university. Thank you, team. Now, about today's theme. The session theme of today is social leadership for innovative agriculture practices. Social leadership for innovative agriculture practices is a transformative session dedicated to empowering farmers and grassroots communities with the knowledge and tools to achieve sustainable agriculture practices. The program will center around 3 key themes: journey to excellence, sustainable agriculture, which will showcase successful case studies and experiences of farmers who have adopted innovative and sustainable agriculture practices. Interventions for roadmap for grassroots entrepreneurship, focusing on supporting and nurturing social leaders who drive change at the grassroots level by fostering entrepreneurship in agriculture and connecting farm to fork innovations for grassroots development. Exploring novel approaches and technologies that bridge the gap between farmers and consumers, promoting community-led development and empowering small-scale farmers. So I welcome today's eminent speakers, and to set the tone for this session, I request my technical team kindly relay a curtain raiser video clip.
This session is based on social leadership for innovative agriculture practices. The program will center around three key themes: Journey to Excellence, Sustainable Agriculture, which will showcase successful case studies and experiences of farmers who have adopted innovative and sustainable agricultural practices. Interventions for Roadmap for Grassroots Entrepreneurship will focus on supporting and nurturing social leaders who drive change at the grassroots levels by fostering entrepreneurship in agriculture. And Connecting Farm to Fork, Innovations for Grassroots Development will be exploring novel approaches and technologies that bridge the gap between farmers and consumers, promoting community-led development and empowering small-scale farmers to thrive in the market. In this session, we will be talking about the various aspects of social leadership for innovative agriculture practices.
Thank you, team. Thank you. Now, I would like to request the moderator of today's session, Dr. Anil Hiware, Professor and Associate Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology at Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University. Sir, kindly come forward and give welcome address.
Good morning and welcome to the third session of Social Leadership Development Program. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, senior leadership of the university, faculty, staff, and dear students. This session 3 of Social Leadership Development Program is on social leadership for innovative agriculture practices. Yesterday we had inaugural of this program followed by 2 sessions during which you heard from different academic leaders as well as from expert speakers as well that what is the need of such program like Sldp and how Sldp got introduced. My dear students, gone are the days when only students having great marks were getting placed in good companies with good package. But in today's competitive world, to become successful, in addition to good grades, one needs to acquire different life skills. And leadership is one of those skills. That is the reason at MIT World Peace University, instead of focusing only on mere academics, variety of activities and programs are organized which are useful for a lot of value addition, for inculcating life skills that are necessary for overall personality development of the students, to transform students into winning personalities. That's what our founders sir always talk about. Sldp is one such program for you, and it is the unique idea given by Executive President Rahul Karad sir. Now, let me share with you a concept note of this particular session in brief. This is a transformative session dedicated to empowering farmers and grassroots communities with the knowledge and tools to achieve sustainable agriculture practices. The 3 key themes of this session are Journey to Excellence, Sustainable Agriculture is one of the themes, which will showcase the successful case studies and experiences of farmers who adopted innovative and sustainable practices. Another theme of the session is interventions for roadmap for grassroots entrepreneurship that focuses on supporting and nurturing social leaders who drive change at grassroots level by fostering entrepreneurship in agriculture. The third theme of the session is connecting farm to fork, innovations for grassroots development, which could be possible by exploring novel approaches and technologies that would bridge the gap between farmers and consumers, promoting community-led development and empowering small-scale farmers to thrive in the market. This initiative of promoting social leadership, disseminating best practices, and fostering innovation in agriculture seeks to enhance food security, sustainability, and economic prosperity in rural communities while contributing to broader global food ecosystem. To speak on the themes, we have a good mix of experts here. One of the experts is a farmer and conservationist, Honorable Rahibai Popere, who is conferred with Padma Shri Award for her contribution in the field of agriculture. She has preserved hundreds of indigenous seeds. She is deeply involved in spreading awareness about organic farming, agro-biodiversity, and wild food resources. Another guest speaker we have for this session is from science and technology side, Mr. Vidyut Mohan. He is an Indian social entrepreneur, a CEO and co-founder of Takacha, New Delhi, who did his master's abroad, but returned to motherland to work with village communities and now contributing for development of village community. Another speaker we have for this session is Mrs. Neeru Yadav, who is Sarpanch of Lambi Ahir, a village from Junjunu district, Rajasthan, who is known as Hockey Wali Sarpanch, and many of you would have seen her in Kaun Banega Karodpati. She is the one who can actually implement the ideas of empowering village communities, being the head of the panchayat. So I once again welcome all the eminent speakers who would speak their mind on the theme of the session. I also welcome each one of you who are present here and attending this program in online mode. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I request, dear students, are you with us? Are you with us? I know you are eager to listen. Today is our eminent social leaders. Are you with us? Say yes. Yes. So kindly keep silence and maintain the discipline. Now I request our team members to felicitate today's panel. I request Dr. Anil Ivade sir and other senior representatives kindly felicitate today's our guest, eminent social leader, Rahibai Popere, farmer and conservationist, seed mother. A big round of applause, my dear students, for Rahibai Popere. The people who are working dedicatedly, committedly for society. A round of applause. Applause should continue. Thank you. Now I request to felicitate another eminent social leader, Vidyut Mohan ji, a young leader like you only, CEO of Takacha. A round of applause, dear students. Now, Neeru Yadav ji, Hockey Wali Sarpanch, Panchayat leader of Lambi Ahir. in the Junjunu district, Neeru Yadav ji. Big round of applause. Thank you. As I have already mentioned, I know you are eager to listen our leaders. First, I would like to call respected Vidyut Mohan ji. Before, I would like to introduce him, a mechanical engineer and postgraduate in sustainable energy technology and entrepreneurship. He began his journey in New Delhi, a city suffering from severe pollution during the agriculture burn seasons, exploring ways to repurpose agriculture waste. Co-founded Takachar in 2018 with Kevin Kung, focusing on converting agriculture waste into biofuels, fertilizers, and marketable chemicals. The innovative roasting machine runs on self-generated heat using oxygen to create valuable carbon-rich products. Dedication led to his recognition as an Echoing Green Fellow in 2019 and inclusion in Forbes 30 under 30 list, UN Young Champion of the Earth, and many more. Vidyut Mohan and Takachar were awarded in the 2021 Earthshot Environmental Prize in the Clean Our Air category, receiving £1 million from Prince William's initiative. Welcome with a big round of applause, my dear friends, a young champion of the earth, Vidyut Mohan ji.
Good morning, everyone. Dear students, respected faculty members, staff, and guests. It's a real honor for me to be here, and I can't thank the organizers enough for calling me and being a part of this occasion and engaging with you all. So again, a big thank you to the university and all the organizers and the faculty members. Today, I would just like to share my journey with you, lay it out as an open book, and maybe just share some experiences and learnings on my journey so far. And would love to engage with you afterwards if given the chance, and share my experiences in detail as well. So as ma'am pointed out, my name is Vidyut. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Takachar. And today I'll tell you about how I fell into this journey of entrepreneurship and what we are doing as an organization and what impact we are trying to achieve. Can I have the slides, please? Next slide. So, few years back, about 10 years back, when I was a master's student, my master's thesis project was about exploring how one could add value from agricultural waste. And I was studying abroad at that point in time. And I wanted to explore how the technologies that were being researched in the lab could be applied in the Indian context. So I decided to do my master thesis in such a way that I would travel back to India, do field work, understand the needs and requirements of rural communities, and then come back to my lab and try to see, okay, how can I come up with a solution for better handling of agricultural waste? In my journey, I met Deepa Devi, who is a farmer in a village in Uttarakhand. She lives in a village that has pine forests around her. Those pine forests catch fire every year, destroying all the biodiversity, creating a lot of smoke, destroying a lot of property in the village. But also at the same time, the village does not have any source of income or livelihood opportunities. It's so remote in the mountains. There's only daily wage labor available as income, which is also few and far in between, and agriculture is not remunerative at all because farmers have very small land holdings there. So we decided to, based on this experience and interaction with her and her family, and engaging with her and her community in the village, we took up a technology that was there in our university of converting agricultural waste into biocoal that can convert this pine needle residue into a dense carbon-rich fuel or a fertilizer. Can we have the next slide, please? And when we did that, what we realized was that we built a few really crude prototypes and set it up in the village. And when we did that, we realized that working with farmers and agricultural waste has multiple benefits. We learned that we prevented forest fire in that village in that year. We created doorstep livelihood opportunities in the village where people could just walk about 100, 200 meters and work on the machine and earn income and livelihood opportunities. Other people benefited from collecting pine needles. And then also at the same time, the fuel that we produced displaced coal that was being burnt in nearby boilers and furnaces. But the most powerful impact that I learned was, after speaking with Deepa and her family, that Deepa, who worked with us on the plant, she said she does not have to depend on her husband for money. And her husband lives in the cities and remits money back home. And she is completely dependent on him for her livelihood and for her children's education and household needs. And this gave her a sense of independence. And that really stuck with me. And that has remained with me till now. So one message that I would want to leave with you is find your why. It's okay to think about, it's really good to think about social development issues and environmental issues, but one needs to have that encounter in terms of an emotional moment in a community that becomes your why, about why you're doing what you're doing. And that will provide you the energy for all the ups and downs that are going to happen in your entrepreneurship journey for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And that is the most important thing in an entrepreneurship venture, right? And zooming out a bit, so after graduating from university, I was so inspired by the impact that I saw and emotionally connected to the problem that I started deep diving this a bit more and traveling all over India and in other parts of the world as well, and realized that this is a worldwide problem of open burning of agricultural and forest waste. Next slide, please. So we all know about the open burning of agricultural waste and forest waste. In some cities of India, for example, in Delhi, in the winter months, it contributes as much as 50% of the smog. And this is a very dangerous number. Some studies estimate that this reduces life expectancy of the population in India, particularly in North India, by up to 9 years. Next slide, please. And also, this pollution that is caused by the open burning of these wastes is a cause of 1 in 8 deaths in the country, which is a massive, massive problem. Next slide. However, we saw that there was an opportunity here. Worldwide, close to about $120 billion per year of crop and forest residue is just burnt in the open. Now think of it. If all this value of waste was shared among farmers, how much impact we could make on the ground. This is an image of Punjab and a satellite image of hotspots of forest fires during the months of October and November. Next slide, please. If you could just play the video. So I'll just talk about the solution that we came up through a video that we have. I grew up in New Delhi, and the city is known to have one of the worst air qualities in the world. You can see around haze right now, right? This is due to the open burning of agricultural waste here. And even now, my family and loved ones, we keep getting sick. Worldwide, close to $120 billion worth of agricultural and forest waste is just burnt in the open, which not only is a great missed economic opportunity for rural communities to earn extra income, but also it creates air pollution and contributes to carbon emissions and global warming.
From the farmer's perspective, it's not like I necessarily want to burn the residues. So after harvest, I only have 2 weeks' time to clear the field for the next planting. Oftentimes, my only recourse is to set it on fire.
फूंकने से भी दिक्कत होती है, जलाने से खेत की फसल भी खराब हो जाती है, सही से उगती नहीं है, जगह खराब हो जाती है वहाँ की.
We at Takachar are developing these small-scale portable machines that can be taken to farms and forests to process these wastes into various kinds of valuable carbon-rich byproducts. It's extremely cost-prohibitive to transport these materials, so we are taking the equipment directly to the farm and processing the biomass there itself.
पराली को जल्दी से काट के उसको खाद बनाने ना, तो खेत में जल्दी डाल देने से खेत उपजाऊ बन जाएगा और फसल जल्दी हो जाएगी.
You can think of this as a biomass roasting machine. Similar to a coffee roaster, we put agricultural waste into the equipment and it is heated in minimal amounts of oxygen. It leaves behind a dense carbon-rich material, which is a precursor to make various carbon-rich byproducts like fuels, fertilizers, or activated carbon. Also, our machine is able to work with different kinds of agricultural waste: the rice straw, rice husk, coconut shells, pine needles, wheat straw, and that allows it to be used throughout the year in different parts of the country. From a climate change perspective, we take this carbon-rich material and instead of being emitted back into the atmosphere, it stays in the soil, which leads to sequestration of carbon emissions on a 1,000-year time scale.
Breakthrough Energy Fellows program is a huge network of like-minded people who think about climate solutions. Building that community is very empowering and also very beneficial to our work.
We want to really make rural communities resilient and withstand the shocks of climate change themselves, while also creating economic value for them. We've developed a really good product that really solves a problem for our end users, and that's something that I'm personally proud of. Right. So, all that we did, all of this solution that came up is probably the hard work of 10 years till now. And this started as a master's thesis project. I was a student, just like all of you. I did this master's thesis, and at the end of my master's thesis, I felt that, okay, this thesis should not go and lie in the shelf. I should try to bring it to reality. And slowly, over the years, even when I had a job, I kept exploring, I kept going out, I kept understanding the problem, and until I felt that, okay, the time has come to quit my job and work on it full time. So one thing I would definitely say is that when you're developing a solution, right, don't think about the solution too much. Spend 1 year just understanding the problem that you're trying to address, and try to attach yourself to the problem, because the solution will change over time. Believe me, the solution will change over time as you keep testing it out in the field and you keep refining it. But the problem will always remain the same, and your understanding of the problem is what will determine the success of your intervention. And if you fall in love with the problem that you're working on, it's going to fuel your curiosity, and it will become the vehicle for you to do everything, to learn your skills, to continuously work on the problem and the solution that you have, and keep growing in your field. And the key question now arises is, how do you find a problem that you love? to work on? Well, there's no simple answer to that, unfortunately, but I would say approach this with an explorer's mindset. Go out there, speak to people, and these problems are usually identified in nooks and crannies where people usually don't go. So travel to rural areas, speak to farmers, speak to people in the field that you're interested in, and explore. And you will identify these problems and opportunities as you go along in your journey. And additionally, the journey of entrepreneurship is tough. It's not easy. There'll be a lot of highs, but there'll also be a lot of lows. So you need to find energy for your persistent. And you need to be really persistent. But if you love the problem that you're working on, you'll always find it. Because solutions, if you really love the solution that you're working on, and if the solution fails, you'll easily get demotivated and stop working on it. And finally, I would like to say that you're in a university. You also have a rural immersion program, I heard, which is wonderful. And I congratulate the faculty for organizing that. Try to engage yourselves in interdisciplinary teams of business, design, engineering, and form a group that is interdisciplinary in nature while you're working on a project and while you're immersing yourself. Because the diversity of thoughts and opinions that you get in a diverse team just increase the quality of engagement and the solutions that you're working on. And you need all these diverse perspectives in thinking of a solution. So one example that I have from my previous experience. So in my previous job, I worked in a pay-as-you-go solar company where we were developing clean energy solutions for off-grid households in rural UP, Bihar, and Odisha. And we had this solar home lighting system that we came to pitch to a laborer's household in UP. And we told him, ये आप क्यों नहीं ले लेते? ये आपको 10 दिन के 10 रुपए ही देने हैं और आपके घर में ऊर्जा, लाइट, पंखा और मोबाइल फोन चार्जिंग हो जाएगा. आपको केरोसिन की बत्ती नहीं जलानी पड़ेगी. And he plain blank refused on my face. And the reason he said was that I spend 10 rupees a day on my pan, and that is really important to me. And I was like shocked. How can someone spend 10 rupees a day on their pan but not spend 10 rupees a day on lighting and fans for the kids to study? That seemed completely irrational to me. But later he asked me this question. जब आप बहुत स्ट्रेस में होते हो और आपका बहुत दिन कठिन जा रहा होता है, तो आप क्या करते हो? तो मैं कहता हूँ कि मैं कॉफ़ी पी लेता हूँ या कुछ कर लेता हूँ. तो he said, यही चीज़ मेरा लेबर का काम बहुत मेहनत का है. जब मैं बीच में ब्रेक लेता हूँ या टाइम पास करता हूँ, ये मेरे को मदद करता है, तभी मैं काम इफेक्टिवली कर पाता हूँ. So that changed the entire way we wanted to pitch our product and have a sales pitch to the customer. And this is something from our team was completely technical at that point in time. This is something as engineers we couldn't even think of. And this is something a user experience researcher in our team managed to figure out and come out as an insight that went into crafting a sales pitch. So I would highly encourage you to come up with interdisciplinary teams in your project and take your projects forward. And lastly, I would like to say that there is no fixed mantra and there is no fixed answer to go ahead in this journey. But everyone can do this. My journey was as similar as yours. I was a student. I was given a chance of rural immersion. I took it up, but I had my encounter and had my why. I found my why during that encounter, and I kept being curious, and I kept exploring, and slowly taking small steps, digging, until something came up. So during your explorations, you will find a so-called spiritual calling at a time when you'll meet the right people, and that will be the right moment. And I would say don't give it up and continue to persist on it and keep going on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. A round of applause for his contribution, a young leader. Big round of applause. Yes, thank you, Vidyut, sir. I love the line that he said, find your why, the aim of your life. Thank you, sir. Thank you for guiding our students. Now, I would like to call respected Rahibai Popere. Before I call her, I would like to introduce her. She is known as the seed mother and actively contributes to seed conservation initiatives held from Kombalne village from Ahmednagar district in the state of Maharashtra, dedicating her life to farming and demonstrating exceptional understanding of crop diversity and sustainable agriculture. She cultivates 17 different crops and has been recognized for her ability to sustainably produce enough for a family's dietary needs. Her expertise extends to 4-step paddy cultivation and poultry rearing, supported by the Maharashtra Institute of Technology Transfer for rural areas. Rahibai has received several awards, including BBC 1000 Women 2018, Best Seed Saver, BAIF Development Research Foundation for Best Farmer, Nari Shakti Puraskar 2018, and Padma Shri 2020. Welcome with a big round of applause, Padma Shri Rahibai Popere, Bij Mata. A round of applause, my dear friends, for a social contributor, social leader.
आज याच ठिकाणी गणेशाच्या निमित्ताने बसलेले मान्यवर आणि बसलेले बंधू आणि भगिनी माझे विद्यार्थी, तास सगळ्यांना एक गणेशाच्या निमित्ताने मी सगळ्यांना खूप खूप शुभेच्छा देते पहिली आणि 2 शब्द सांगायला सुरुवात करते. पण आता इथं प्रत्येक व्यक्ती कागदाक पाहून बोलती, प्रत्येक व्यक्ती मोबाईलमध्ये पाहून बोलती आणि मी तर शिकलेलीच नाही. मला तर फक्त मी तोंडाने बोलणार, काम करणार तेवढेच मी बोलणार आहे. आणि हे काम जे आहे तर हे काम खरोखर मी जे काम केलेलं आहे हे मातीत काम केलेलं आहे आणि मातीमध्ये जे सोनं आहे, जे मोती आहे, हे तुम्ही आम्ही सगळ्यांना विसरलोय. हे कुठं आपण ठेवलं नाही, आपण कुठं आता राहिलं नाही, कुठल्या विद्यापीठामध्ये सुद्धा हे बी राहिलं नाही. तर मी 154 वाहनाचं सुरुवातीला रजिस्ट्रेशन केलं. जे जुनं जे आहे, जुनं ते सोनं आपलं गावठी बेनं, याचं मी एक सीड बँक तयार केली. आणि हे मी कधी शाळेची पायरी नाही येंगले. त्या टायमाला माझ्या वडिलांची खूप गरिबी होती, आम्ही 7 बहिणी होतो. त्यामुळं मला ते सगळं खाली बसून गेलं. जाऊ द्या, हातात घेऊन आणि हे काम करताना माझ्या वडिलांनी मला सगळं लहानपणी शिकवलं होतं. त्यांनी शाळा नाही शिकवता आली, कारण 9 महिन्याची बहीण असताना आई गेली. मग सगळी जबाबदारी वडिलांवर. आणि पण शेतीकाम त्यांनी शेतीकाम खूप काही शिकवलं आणि तेच शेतीकाम करून काही गाई म्हशी वळून आज हे पद्मश्री पसोर गेलेले. आणि खरं चांगल्या कामाला माणसाला शिक्षणच नाही लागत. मग असं कर ना, माझ्याकडे दुसरं द्या ना, माझ्या हातामध्ये चालेल. हां, मग तरी चालेल तुम्हाला. आता हे म्हणतात ते दिसत नाही कुठून. आणि हे काम करता करता गावठी खाण्याचा काय अनुभव, हायब्रिड खाण्याचा काय अनुभव, केमिकल खतांचा काय आणि गावठी खाण्याचा काय, हा मी माझ्या स्वतःच्या घरात अनुभव घेतला. आणि स्वतःच्या घरात घेऊन मी समाजापासून आणायचं होतं. कारण पूर्वी जे माणसं होते 105 वर्षे जगत होते, 107 वर्षे जगत होते, आता 50 ते 60 वर्षे येते नाही. याच्यावर कोणी विचारच करीत नाही ना, का माणसाचं आयुष्य कमी झालं. तर हे सगळं केमिकलमुळं सगळे आजार वाढले. आणि ह्या आजारापासून मी माझ्या 4 डिलेवऱ्या गाईच्या गोठ्यामध्ये झाल्या. मी 25 वर्ष गाईच्या गोठ्यात काम केलं. आणि संध्याकाळचं डिलेवरी झालं तर सकाळचं मी सगळं काम घरातलं करायचं. आणि 12 दिवस आपण पाठीची बाळं बांधून शेतीमध्ये काम केलं. तरी कुठले आजार नव्हते, कुठली गोळी औषध नव्हती. आणि आता किती आजार वाढले याच्यावर कोणी विचारच करीत नाही. तर याच्यावर जर विचार आम्ही करायचा असला तर आपलं गावठी बियाणं पाहिजे, आपली सेंद्रिय शेती पाहिजे. आता सरांनी दाखवली, खूप चांगलं काम आहे हे सगळ्यांनी मिळून जर केलं तर आपला भारत देश नक्कीच चांगला होईल. मला 20 किलोमीटर 10 किलोमीटर पाठीची बाळं बांधायचे, दवाखान्यात जायचे. जाता जाता विचार केला, पहिले आजार नव्हते, आता येतात कुठून. मग माझ्या शेतीमध्ये मी सगळ्या शेतीत फिरले, आजूबाजूची शेती पाहिली, एका बांधावर बसून अभ्यास केला. आपल्या शेतीमध्ये आपण पहिलं काय कोणतं बी पेरीत होतो, आता कोणतं पेरीतोय. आपल्या शेतीमध्ये पहिले खतं औषधं नव्हते, आता कोणते देतोय. आपल्या ताटामध्ये आपण काय काय भाज्या खात होतो, आता कोणत्या खातोय. हा मी बारीक विचार केला आणि माझ्या घरातलं मी बंद केलं. माझ्या घरातून बंद करायला मला खूप मोठा विरोध झाला. आणि आजकाल चांगल्या कामाला विरोध होतोच, मला खूप विरोध झाला. मग मला समाजात चांगलं काम करायचं होतं फक्त, पण मी शिकेल नाही, मला लिहिता वाचता येत नाही, मी काय काम करणार आहे. मी ऊसतोडी कामदार होते आणि ऊस तोडून रोपं तयार करायला सुरुवात केली. डोक्यावर पाणी आणायचं, रोपं तयार करायचे, पाऊस पडला का बचत गटाच्या महिलांना द्यायचे. हळदी कुकाचा कार्यक्रम घेऊ लागले, त्याला मी रोपं तयार करून एक हळदी कुकाला रोपच देऊ लागले. आणि ह्या कामानिमित्त बाईप संस्थेची माझी ओळख झाली. हे माझं दिवशी मी नातेवाईकांना सांगायचे, बचत गटांना सांगायचे, पण खूप लोक मला बोलायचे. बाईप संस्थेची माझी रोपांनिमित्त ओळख झाली. आणि मी बिल लावायला आले होते, तेवढं त्यांनी फक्त टोकरी भरून गथुडे पाहिले, त्यांनी माझी विचारपूस केली. आणि एक दिवस ते 3ऱ्या दिवशी परत आले, वट्योशाला आथरली, त्यांना 100 सव्वाचे वाण माझ्या एकाच घरात भेटला. पण मी म्हणते माझं दिशी आहे, माझं गावरान नाही, पण ते नव्हते म्हणत. त्यांनी सगळे फोटो घेतले आणि सगळे वांता फसा नेले. ते जुनं ते सोनं सगळं गावठी निघालं. त्यांनी मदत देऊन एवढे जगासमोर काम केले. पण माझा एकच समजायला म्हणे, आता पुढच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना म्हणणे, तुम्ही कोणत्याही क्षेत्रात काम करा, कोणतंही काम करा, पण ह्या मातीला जोडून काम करा, निसर्गाला धरून काम करा, पर्यावरणाला जपलं पाहिजे. आपण बदललो तर आपला निसर्गसुद्धा बदललाय. कधी पाऊस पडतो, कधी गारपीट होती. तर आपण निसर्गाला धरून कामं केली पाहिजे, निसर्गाला धरून बियाणं केलं पाहिजे, निसर्गाला धरून शेती पण निसर्गाला धरून केली पाहिजे. आणि जे गावठी आहे हे मातीवर टाकलं, गावठीपासून तुम्हाला सांगते आजार नाही होती. गावठीपासून आपलं शरीर तगदार राहतं. गावठी खाणं असलं तर आपलं बाळसुद्धा जन्माला चांगलं येतं. आणि गोमाता, एक गावठी गाई, प्रत्येक शेतकऱ्यांनी गावठी गाईचं पालन केलं पाहिजे. एक लक्ष्मी म्हणून आपल्या दारात ठेवली पाहिजे. कारण गावठी गाईचं गोमतीरामध्ये सरस्वती आहे आणि शेणामध्ये लक्ष्मी आहे. तर आपण एक देशी गाईचं सुद्धा पालन केलं पाहिजे. देशी गाईचे गोमतीर औषधी वनस्पती, शेण औषधी वनस्पती, पण हे आपण ठेवलं नाही. आणि आपण आपल्या शेतीत काय पिकवतोय याचा सुद्धा विचार केला पाहिजे. दुसऱ्या क्षेत्रामध्ये भरपूर कामं करतात, पण शेतकऱ्यांना सुद्धा मदत केली पाहिजे. आणि शेतकऱ्यांच्या शेतात सुद्धा हे पिकवल्या गेलं पाहिजे. मागचे मुलं मी म्हणते गावठी खाणं असलं आणि विषमुक्त असलं तर आपली पुढची पिढी खरोखर चांगली जन्माला आल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही. आणि हे जर आम्ही केलं तरच या पुढच्या पिढीला माहीत होणार आहे, नाही तर पुढच्या पिढीला काहीच माहीत होणार नाही. पैशाच्या बँका गावोगाव आहेत, पण प्रत्येक गावामध्ये एक देशी बियाची बँका तयार झाली पाहिजे. प्रत्येक गावात एक राईबाई तयार झाली पाहिजे. प्रत्येक शेतकऱ्याच्या बांधापासून गावठी बियाणं गेलं पाहिजे आणि प्रत्येकाचं ताट विषमुक्त झालं पाहिजे. आपण काय खातो हा आपण स्वतःच विचार करीत नाही आता, पण ज्याच्यात चमक आहे त्याच्यात धमक नाही आहे. जे दिसायला चांगले ते आरोग्याला खूप घातक आहे. मग आपण जे आरोग्याला घातक आहे ना तेच ताट खातोय आज. आपण रानभाज्या सुद्धा विसरलो. एक एक रानभाजी एक एक औषधी वनस्पती आहे. त्या रानभाज्या आपल्या घरात आणून लावल्या पाहिजे, आपल्या आजूबाजूच्या शेतामध्ये पाहिजे. ते एक एक रानभाजी खाण्यात आली तर एक एक औषधी वनस्पती आपल्या खाण्यात येईल. कारण हा मी माझ्या स्वतःच्या घरात अनुभव घेतलाय. आणि स्वतःच्या घरामध्ये एक छोट्याच्या एका झोपडीमध्ये सीड बँका तयार केली. 22 वर्ष त्या बँकेत काम केलं. तर चंद्रकांत दादा पाटलांनी मला एक मोठी बँका बांधून दिली. आता किती विद्यार्थी येतात, किती लोक बघायला येतात. आणि अजून माझा भाग एवढा ग्रामीण भागामध्ये एक काम उभं केलंय का अजून त्या गावाला रस्ते नाही आहेत, अजून त्या गावाला पाणी नाही आहे. एवढ्या ग्रामीण भागामध्ये पण भरपूर लोक विद्यार्थी येतात. बेसागरीची मुलं माझ्याकडे शिकाय येतात. आजी आम्ही शिकाय आलो. आता आजी शिकेल नाही तर काय शिकवणार आहे. पण तुमचं ज्ञान तुमचं नॉलेज हे शिकायला आलोय. तर खरोखर हे काम सगळ्यांनी मिळून केलं पाहिजे. आपलं जुनं ते सोनं आपलं पुढचे मुलं कसे जन्मले पाहिजे, शिवाजी महाराजांसारखे आपले मुलं जन्मले पाहिजे, सावित्रीबाई फुल्यांसारखी मुली जन्माला आल्या पाहिजे, जिजामातासारख्या आपल्या मुली घडल्या पाहिजे. पण याला फक्त विषमुक्त अन्न लागल आणि गावठीच अन्न लागल आणि देशी गाईचं दूध लागल. हे जर आम्ही सगळ्यांनी केलं तर आपल्या पर्यावरणाचं खरोखर जागेवर राहील आणि या पर्यावरणाला जपलंच पाहिजे. तर हे काम करता करता बरेच ठिकाणी आता एवढे महाराष्ट्रात काल मी इंदोरवरून आले आणि घरी पण गेले नाही, तशीच इकडं आले. तर हे पुरस्कार मी म्हणते हे पुरस्कार माझे नाही आहेत. नारी शक्ती पद्मश्री सगळे पुरस्कार भेटलेत. असे प्रत्येकाच्या कामात भेटले पाहिजे. आणि हे पुरस्कार मी सांगते का माझे नाही आहे. हे पुरस्कार ह्या माझ्या काळ्या मातीचे, माझ्या बियेचे आणि माझ्या शेतकरी बांधवांचे. मी एक निसर्गाची शाळा शिकले म्हणून हे पुरस्कार माझ्याकडे आले. मी एक काळ्या मातीचं नातं जोडलं आणि विषमुक्त ताट करायचे. ज्या दिवशी विषमुक्त ताट होईल त्या दिवशी म्हणायला माझं काम पूर्ण होईल. तर याच्यामध्ये आम्ही सगळ्यांनी जोड दिली पाहिजे आणि सगळ्यांनी मिळून काम केलं पाहिजे. एखाद्याला प्रश्न विचारायचा असेल तर तो विचारून घ्या. एवढं बोलून 2 शब्द संपवते. जय हिंद, जय भारत. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद, मनापासून धन्यवाद. महाराष्ट्रातून एका शेतकरी कुटुंबातून आल्यामुळे त्या मराठीत बोलल्या. आमच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना आणि आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन केल्याबद्दल आपले मनापासून धन्यवाद. मातीशी आपलं नातं न विसरता पर्यावरणाचं आपण रक्षण केलं पाहिजे असा संदेश त्यांनी आपल्याला दिला. हिअर इज द ट्रान्सलेटेड स्पीच ऑफ राहीबाई पोपेरे. आय विल गोइंग टू रीड इट. I am Rahibai Popere. I am from Maharashtra tribal dominated block Akole of Ahmednagar district. I have never attended school due to the poor condition of my family. My father was unable to provide education to all my sisters and me. I lost my mother at very young age due to severe health problems. My father alone managed to grow me and all my siblings. He was engaged in traditional farming and I followed him. As my mother passed away, all responsibility of my siblings came on me and I could not attend the school. But I feel really proud today because all the school-going children and students come to me to see all the work that I have done for the farming community. I got married when I was only 12 years old. After marriage, I started farming with my husband, Mr. Soma Popere, but due to small landholding and rain-fed agriculture, it was not sufficient for our livelihood. So we migrated to another place in search of wages. I have also done sugarcane cutting work at Agasti sugarcane factory in Akole. Then I have done jaggery making work in the small unit. After some days, I met Mr. Jitin Sathe, who is working in the BAIF organization, and he guided me about improved agriculture and chemical-free farming systems. We formed a women self-help group at my village, Kombalne. the BAF organization has guided us to income generation activities as well as improved farming models. We started participating agriculture activities with the help of this institute. One day, Mr. Jitin Sathe, regional head of visited farm. At that time, I was busy in the monsoon season farming activities, especially seed sowing work. Mr. Jatin Sathe asked me what work is going on here and what type of seeds you have conserved here. He took details from me and he said to me, can we start indigenous seeds banks at your home? I replied, yes, I'm happy to work for the farming community. In the year 2014, we inaugurated indigenous seed banks at my small hut. I have conserved 114 types of seeds and a variety of 54 crops at our community seed bank. This is the first farmer seed bank in India. We have found so many money banks and ATMs for money transactions, but we don't have seed banks for the farmers. Big round of applause, dear friends, as this is the first bank of seeds. It's really heartful to me, and that time I wish to start my mission with this institution to spread the message of indigenous seeds use, cost-effective farming as well as natural farming, organic farming. Hybrid seeds require more inputs like chemical fertilizers, pesticide, more water, etc. And it is dangerous for human health. For making healthy India, we need chemical-free and natural food for all Indians. We strongly recommend indigenous quality seeds for farming. It will be our first step towards chemical-free production through our agriculture. Because of this, because indigenous seeds do not require more inputs like pesticide, chemical fertilizers, we have formed Kalsubai Seed Severe organization at my block place. This organization is working with around 4,000 tribal women farmers. It helps to conduct training, exposure, and production of quality seeds. Last year, we produced around 10 tons of different types of indigenous seeds, including vegetables, pulses, grain, oil seeds. Its value is around 60 to 70 lakhs rupees. This year, we have set a target of more than 15 to 20 tons of quality seeds production. The government of India honored me with Nari Shakti and Padma Shri award for this work. I have received over 500 awards for my devotion and hard work. A big round of applause, my dear friends, for this kind of social contribution. महाराष्ट्रातला एक शेतकरी समाजासाठी जे योगदान करतोय. धन्यवाद. After this, I would like to call a social leader, Neeru Yadav ji. Before I call her to speak, I would like to introduce her. Neeru Yadav ji, social activist and the first female Sarpanch of Lambi Ahir village in Rajasthan. Undertaken numerous development projects for the village like financial awareness programs, road constructions project, a training center for girls, hockey team, and bank providing free steel utensils, various programs. Neeru Yadav has played a pivotal role in founding the farmer producer organization named Sachi Saheli Mahila Agro Producer Company Limited in collaboration with NABARD and SIIRD. Neeru Yadav's remarkable contributions have been acknowledged through prestigious awards and recognitions. Shiksha Shri Award by the Government of Rajasthan 2022. Felicitation by UNICEF and Panchayati Raj Department Rajasthan at the Women's Political Participation for Gender Equality Program in 2022. Grassroots Leadership Award by Women Mentors Forum at the Women Mentoring Summit in 2023. Welcome with a big round of applause, Hockey Wali Sarpanch Neeru Yadav ji.
सबसे पहले तो मैं शिवाजी महाराज की इस पावन धरा को नमन करती हूँ और धन्यवाद देती हूँ MIT यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टाफ को, इस इवेंट के ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को और मेरे सामने उपस्थित सभी स्टूडेंट्स को कि राजस्थान के एक छोटे से गांव की सरपंच को आपने यहाँ इनवाइट किया और आप सभी के बीच में बोलने का मुझे मौका दिया। सबसे पहले तो मैं बता दूं कि मैं सरपंच हूँ ग्राम पंचायत लांबी अहीर, जो राजस्थान के झुंझुनू जिले का एक छोटा सा गांव है जहां से मैं आई हूँ। अगर अपनी सरपंच की जर्नी की मैं बात करूं तो जिस समय मैं शादी करके गांव में आई थी उस समय मैंने ये देखा था कि गांव में जो पहले सरपंच बने या जब गांव में एक प्रथा चली आई थी एक सरपंच की कि वो किस प्रकार से काम करता है और गांव की किस प्रकार की स्थिति है, उसको देखने के बाद जब मैंने अपने मन में ये विचार लेके आई मैं कि क्यों ना मैं भी सरपंच का चुनाव लड़ूं और अपने इस गांव के लिए मैं कुछ करूं। जब मैंने ये इच्छा अपने परिवार के सामने रखी थी तो मैं इस बात के लिए अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली मानती हूं कि मेरे परिवार ने मेरी इस इच्छा का मान रखा और मुझे सरपंच के चुनाव के लिए आगे किया कि तुम लड़ो और तुम कर सकती हो। बहुत सी महिलाएं ऐसी होती हैं जिन्हें ऐसा सपोर्ट नहीं मिलता और उनकी प्रतिभाएं घर पर ही रह जाती हैं, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार के प्रदेश से मैं आती हूँ और जिस प्रकार के समाज से, पुरुष प्रधान समाज जिस प्रकार का मेरे क्षेत्र में है, कहीं ना कहीं महिलाओं को दबाने का प्रयास किया जाता है वहां पर। मैं बात करूं अगर गांव के विकास की तो ये कहा जाता है कि देश का विकास तभी संभव है जब हमारे गांव में विकास होगा। कहते हैं कि जो आत्मा है वो देश की वो गांव के अंदर बसती है। तो जब मैंने अपनी जर्नी की शुरुआत की तो मैंने उस चीज़ को ध्यान में रख के अपने कार्यों की शुरुआत की। 3 अक्टूबर 2020 को मैं सरपंच चुनी गई। सरपंच चुनने के बाद सबसे पहला मेरे दिमाग में एक जो करने का था वो ये था कि क्योंकि गाँव के अंदर 80% किसान रहते हैं और किसानों की किस प्रकार की स्थिति है उसको देखते हुए जब मैंने शुरुआत की तो मेरे गांव में किसानों की ये स्थिति थी कि अगर उन्हें बीज भी लेना होता था तो अपने गांव से 10 किलोमीटर दूर वो उन्हें जाना पड़ता था। अक्सर आपने फिल्मों में देखा होगा कि किसानों को जब कर्ज की आवश्यकता होती है तो वो बड़े सेठ साहूकारों के पास वो जाते हैं और उसका जो इंटरेस्ट इतना मोटा होता है कि उस इंटरेस्ट को चुकाते उनकी कमर टूट जाती है। ये एक ऐसी बड़ी समस्या मेरी पंचायत में मेरे किसानों के सामने भी थी। जिस समय मैं चुनी गई उसके 2 महीने के अंदर मैंने इस समस्या को दूर करने का प्रयास किया और अपनी पंचायत के अंदर मैंने सबसे पहले ग्राम सेवा सहकारी समिति का गठन किया, जिसके अंदर अपने गांव के 300 किसानों को मैंने जोड़ा और वहाँ से मैंने ये शुरुआत की। उसके बाद मेरे गांव के किसानों को अब खाद या बीज के लिए 10 किलोमीटर दूर नहीं जाना पड़ता, उन्हें घर बैठे वो चीज़ उपलब्ध करवा दी जाती है। और कर्ज के लिए अगर उन्हें पैसे की आवश्यकता होती है तो उन्हें बिल्कुल ना के बराबर इंटरेस्ट के ऊपर, जो कि कभी कभी माफ़ भी कर दिया जाता है, उन्हें घर बैठे अवेलेबल करा दिया जाता है। किसानों की इस प्रकार से जब मैंने मदद की तो उनके चेहरे पर जो खुशी थी वो खुशी बहुत मेरे मन को सुकून देती थी। दूसरा एक बड़ी समस्या हमारे किसानों के सामने जो मेरे क्षेत्र में थी वो ये थी, क्योंकि बड़े किसान तो बड़ी पैदावार कर लेते हैं और अपना जो प्रोडक्शन है उसे बहुत आसानी से बेच भी देते हैं, लेकिन जो गांव के जो छोटे किसान थे जिनके पास एक हेक्टेयर या 2 हेक्टेयर ज़मीन थी, उनके सामने बड़ी समस्या थी इस बात की, क्योंकि उनकी पैदावार बहुत कम होती थी और अगर उसको फिर वो बेचने अगर मार्केट में जाते हैं तो ट्रांसपोर्ट का खर्चा, क्योंकि जितना प्रोडक्शन नहीं होता उससे ज़्यादा ट्रांसपोर्ट का खर्चा उनका लग जाता था। तो उसको देखते हुए फिर मैंने अपने क्षेत्र के अंदर अपने ब्लॉक लेवल के ऊपर एक FPO का गठन किया, जिसका नाम है सच्ची सहेली महिला एग्रो कंपनी लिमिटेड, जिसके अंदर मैंने 700 किसानों को जोड़ा कि उनकी आय को किस प्रकार से दोगुना किया जाए। मैं आपको बता दूं, जिस क्षेत्र से मैं आती हूं, किसान कभी भी सुनकर कुछ भी करना नहीं चाहता, वो करने के लिए प्रेरित होता है देखने के बाद। जब वो ये देखता है कि किस काम से उसे ज़्यादा मुनाफा होगा, वो उस काम को करने के लिए तैयार होता है। तो हमने जब अपने पंचायत के अंदर एफपीओ का, अपने ब्लॉक लेवल पे एफपीओ का हमने जब गठन किया, तो हमने उसमें 700 किसानों को जोड़ा। उन सभी किसानों को जितनी भी योजनाएं किसानों से संबंधित होती हैं, उन्हें कहाँ से सब्सिडीज मिल सकती है, उसके लिए हमने जागरूक किया। क्योंकि अवेयरनेस समाज के अंदर लाना सबसे बड़ी बात है। जब तक किसान जागरूक नहीं होंगे तो वो अपनी आय को किस प्रकार से दोगुना कर सकते हैं, उसको लेकर वो काम नहीं करेंगे। तो हमने सबसे पहला काम ये किया, क्योंकि किसान अपने प्रोडक्शन को बेचने के लिए जब मार्केट में जाता है तो जो मीडिएटर होते हैं, जो बिचौलिए होते हैं, वो उनका मुनाफा खा जाते हैं। तो हमने अपने किसानों को संगठित किया और हमने ये तय किया कि हम सभी एक प्रकार की फसल उगाएंगे और हम कंपनी से बात करेंगे कि वो डायरेक्ट आके हमारे पास और हमारे प्रोडक्शन को लेके जाए। उससे जो मेरी पंचायत के छोटे किसान हैं, उनको फ़ायदा ये हुआ कि उनकी जो भी पैदावार थी, प्रोडक्शन था, वो उनके घर से ही लेके गए और उन्हें तुरंत पैसे दे दिए गए। तो ये एक फ़ायदा मैंने जो एफपीओ अपने ब्लॉक लेवल पे मैंने जो गठन किया, उसका फ़ायदा मेरे गांव के किसानों को हुआ। दूसरा, हमने अपने किसानों को मोटिवेट किया कि वो सिर्फ खेती पर निर्भर ना रहें, खेती के साथ साथ जैसे डेयरी, पशुपालन के ऊपर वो ध्यान दें। क्योंकि किसान सशक्त तभी होगा जब वो खेती को एक बिजनेस के तौर पे अप्लाई करेगा। उसके साथ साथ कुछ किसान हमारी पंचायत में ऐसे हैं जो खेती के साथ साथ मुर्गी पालन का भी काम करते हैं, मधुमक्खी पालन का भी काम करते हैं। और खेतों के अंदर हमने कॉमर्शियल ट्री लगाने का एक कॉन्सेप्ट अपनी पंचायत में रखा कि वो कॉमर्शियल ट्री भी साथ में लगाएं। आजकल जिस प्रकार की खेती हम यूज कर रहे हैं, जितना डीएपी हम डाल रहे हैं या फर्टिलाइज़र का जितना हम प्रयोग कर रहे हैं, उसको देखते हुए एक स्वच्छ धरा तो खेत हरा, उसको लेके हमने ऑर्गेनिक खेती के ऊपर काम किया। मेरी पंचायत में और मेरे क्षेत्र में काफ़ी किसान ऐसे हैं जो ऑर्गेनिक खेती कर रहे हैं। तो एक वो उनको बहुत अच्छा फ़ायदा जो है वो मिल रहा है, क्योंकि अब लोगों को अच्छा अनाज चाहिए तो उसकी अच्छी कीमत देने के लिए भी लोग तैयार हैं। तो ये एक फ़ायदा हमारे किसानों ने किया है। दूसरा, केचुआ खाद के प्लांट किसान लगा रहे हैं, उनको हमने ट्रेनिंग दिलवाई है उस चीज़ के लिए। और उन्हें जहाँ पर केचुआ खाद के प्लांट जहाँ पर लगे हैं, वहाँ पे हमने विजिट करवाई अपने किसानों को, ताकि वो उनको देखकर और ख़ुद उस चीज़ को अप्लाई अपने क्षेत्र के अंदर हम कर सकें। पहले खाद के लिए या बीज के लिए बहुत लंबी लाइनें लगती थी। जो छोटे किसान होते थे उनको बहुत नुकसान इस चीज़ का होता था, क्योंकि उनके पास इतनी ज़मीन नहीं है जितना उनको खाद लेके आना पड़ता था, या कुछ शर्तें रख दी जाती थी। तो उस चीज़ को हमने ख़त्म किया, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि हमारे पास इतने किसान हैं, हमें कितना उसके लिए बीज चाहिए या कितना खाद चाहिए। तो वो हमने कंपनी से डायरेक्ट बात करके अपने किसानों को हमने उपलब्ध करवाया। एक हमने अपनी पंचायत के अंदर मुहिम चलाई, क्योंकि आप सभी यहाँ बैठे हैं, आप देखते हैं कि हम खाना कितना वेस्ट करते हैं। हमने शायद कभी सोचा नहीं कि एक किसान जो हमारा देश का अन्नदाता है, वो कैसे उस अनाज को खेत के अंदर उगाता है, कितने प्रोसीजर होते हैं, वो कितनी मेहनत उस चीज़ के लिए करता है, और वो अनाज कैसे बन के हमारी थाली के अंदर आता है, और हम उसे ऐसे झूठा छोड़ देते हैं। तो मैं आपको बता दूं, क्योंकि मैं तो गांव में रहती हूं और मैंने वो सब चीज़ें देखी हैं, एक किसान की मैं बेटी हूं। तो जब वो प्रोसीजर शुरू होता है तो किसान खेत में हल चलाता है, उस खेत को जोतता है पहले, उसके बाद जब उस खेत में बीज डाल देता है, तो उसके बाद जो खेत में छोटी छोटी घास जो लग जाती है, उसको वो खुद हटाता है अपने हाथ से। तो आप ये सोचिए उसको कितनी मेहनत उस चीज़ में लगती है। उसके बाद खाद पानी देने के बाद जो वो कटाई करता है, मेहनत करता है, फसल काटता है, फसल काटने के बाद उसको ले जाके वो अनाज मंडी में बेचता है और उसके बाद वो जो अनाज है वो हमारी थाली तक पहुंचता है और हम उसे इतनी आसानी से वेस्ट कर देते हैं, लेकिन ये नहीं सोचते कि उसके पीछे कितनी मेहनत जो होती है। तो मैं हमें इसके साथ साथ जब वो फसल खेत में खड़ी होती है और जब तक वो फसल कट नहीं जाती तब तक वो किसान इतनी चिंता के अंदर रहता है कि कभी भी अतिवृष्टि हो सकती है, तेज बारिश हो सकती है, कभी ओलावृष्टि हो जाती है, कभी आवारा पशु उस फसल को नष्ट कर देते हैं। इस चिंता में जब तक वो फसल कट के और उसके मंडी तक नहीं पहुंच जाती वो इतनी चिंता में रहता है, डिप्रेशन में वो रहता है किसान। उसके बावजूद हम ये नहीं सोचते कि हमने जो थाली में डाला है वो कितनी मेहनत करने के बाद वहाँ तक पहुँचा है और हम उसको इतना वेस्ट कर देते हैं। तो मैं आप सभी से ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि हमेशा अन्न का और अन्नदाता की इज्जत करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारे देश का अन्नदाता ही है जो हमें खाने के लिए उपलब्ध करवा रहा है। तो हमने अपनी पंचायत में एक मुहिम भी चलाई हुई है कि हम खाना वेस्ट नहीं करते किसी भी शादी में, प्रोग्राम वगैरह के अंदर। दूसरा, मैंने अपनी पंचायत में पर्यावरण को लेकर भी काफ़ी काम किया है। मैंने हर बच्ची के जन्म के ऊपर हम पेड़ लगाते हैं और पंचायत की तरफ से शपथ दिलवाई जाती है। दूसरा, किसी भी नवविवाहित जोड़े को हम अपनी पंचायत में शादी होती है तो पेड़ देते हैं और उनसे पेड़ लगवाते हैं पर्यावरण को ध्यान में रखते हुए। दूसरा, हमने अपनी पंचायत के अंदर एक बर्तन बैंक की स्थापना की है। मैं आपको बता दूं कि सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक का हम इतना ज़्यादा मात्रा के अंदर प्रयोग करते हैं कि हमारी प्रोडक्शन से ज़्यादा तो हमारी डिमांड है। हमारी जो गौ माताएं हैं वो जब शादियों का बचा हुआ खाना खाती हैं तो उसके साथ साथ में सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक भी उनके पेट के अंदर जाता है। तो उस चीज़ को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने अपनी पंचायत में एक बर्तन बैंक की स्थापना की। हमारी पंचायत प्लास्टिक मुक्त पंचायत है। हम हर फंक्शन के अंदर वो बर्तन ही यूज करते हैं, उस बर्तन बैंक से स्टील के। हम जो है सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक का प्रयोग नहीं करते। हमारी पंचायत में जो एसएसजी ग्रुप से जुड़ी हुई महिलाएं हैं वो कपड़े के बैग सिलती हैं। हम प्लास्टिक की थैलियों का प्रयोग अपनी पंचायत में नहीं करते, क्योंकि पर्यावरण हमारे लिए और हमारे किसानों के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। क्योंकि जो थैलियां हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं खेतों में भी जब वो उड़ती है तो वो खेतों में भी घूमती है। तो हमने एक ये प्रयास अपनी पंचायत में किया है। दूसरा, मेरा परिचय दिया गया वो हॉकी वाली सरपंच के नाम से दिया गया। मेरी पंचायत में अक्सर ये था कि गांव के अंदर जहाँ तक देखा जा रहा था कि लड़के जो हैं वो ही ग्राउंड में या फील्ड में खेलते थे। लड़कियों की और महिलाओं की भागीदारी जो है वो पंचायत में बिल्कुल ना के बराबर थी। जिस टाइम मैं सरपंच बनी तो मैंने सबसे पहले महिलाओं को इस चीज़ के लिए जागृत किया कि आपके अधिकार क्या क्या है, आपको पंचायत में आना चाहिए। आप देश की 50% आबादी हैं। आपका काम सिर्फ वोट डालना नहीं है, आपका काम ये भी है कि आपकी हुई थी, मैंने पहले भी बताया, पुरुष प्रधान समाज के अंदर एक महिला को, जहाँ के ग्रामीण परिवेश की अगर हम बात करें तो एज ए सरपंच काम करने में लोगों को हजम नहीं होता था कि एक महिला जो है वो हमारा नेतृत्व करेगी। लेकिन जब मैंने काम करना शुरू किया तो आज मेरी पंचायत के अंदर महिलाएं जो हैं वो अपनी पूरी भागीदारी पंचायत के कामों में देती हैं और बढ़ चढ़कर भाग लेती हैं। मेरी पंचायत में मैंने लड़कियों को खेलों के लिए प्रेरित किया। हॉकी की मैंने अपनी पंचायत में लड़कियों की एक अच्छी टीम बनाई जो कि स्टेट लेवल तक खेली है। मैं आपको बता दूं कि मैंने अपने सरपंच की जो सैलरी है वो अपनी पंचायत की बच्चियों के लिए डोनेट कर दी थी। मैं सैलरी नहीं लेती सरपंच की, अपने गांव की बच्चियों को मैंने वो डोनेट कर रखी है। गांव की लड़कियों के लिए और लड़कों के लिए हमने कंप्यूटर सेंटर गांव के अंदर खोला मैंने सरपंच बनने के बाद, ताकि मेरे गांव के सभी बच्चे जो किसान परिवार से आते हैं या मजदूर वर्ग के परिवार से आते हैं वो सभी कंप्यूटर की शिक्षा से वंचित ना रहे, क्योंकि ज़माना है वो डिजिटल भारत आज हमारा देश है और डिजिटल की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। मैंने अपनी पंचायत की महिलाओं को डिजिटल पेमेंट करने की क्लास हमने लगाई है, ताकि जो महिलाएं हैं वो यूपीआई यूज कर सकें और ऑनलाइन पेमेंट कैसे करते हैं वो हमने अपनी पंचायत में मैंने अपनी पंचायत की महिलाओं को और लड़कियों को हमने सिखाया है। अक्सर देखा गया है कि बहुत से लोग पंचायत घर में आ नहीं पाते बहुत से कामों के लिए, तो उनके लिए हमने पंचायत में ये सुविधा की है कि हम हफ्ते में 2 दिन पंचायत को घर घर लेके जाते हैं, पंचायत आपके द्वार, जिसमें किसी भी प्रकार की कोई भी डॉक्यूमेंट से संबंधित कोई समस्या अगर है या पेंशन से संबंधित कोई समस्या है, कुछ बुजुर्ग लोग हैं जो पंचायत तक आ नहीं पाते, कोई करने वाला नहीं है, तो उसके लिए हमने अपने पंचायत के अंदर पंचायत आपके द्वार एक स्कीम चलाई हुई है, जिसमें हफ्ते में 2 दिन पंचायत खुद लोगों के घर जाती है जिनको समस्याएं हैं उनको ठीक का समाधान करने के लिए। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि जब हम देश के विकास की डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं तो वो डेवलपमेंट हमें गाँव से शुरू करना चाहिए, और जब हमारे गाँव विकास की ओर चलेंगे और गाँव में डेवलपमेंट जब होगा तो देश ऑटोमेटिकली विकसित होगा। और शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में मैंने अपनी पंचायत के अंदर मेरे इंट्रोडक्शन में बताया, मुझे शिक्षा श्री से राजस्थान सरकार ने सम्मानित किया। मैं हमेशा इस बात का ध्यान रखती हूँ कि मेरी पंचायत में कोई भी बच्चा ड्रॉप आउट ना करे किसी भी कारण से। उनकी हम समय समय पर काउंसलिंग करवाते हैं कि वो किस क्षेत्र में जाना चाहता है, कैसे क्या काम वो करना चाहता है, तो उसको लेके। और इस मेरे इन प्रयासों को देखते हुए पंचायत की 15 लड़कियों को मैंने जयपुर से निःशुल्क ट्रेनिंग दिलवाई, और वो लड़कियां जो हैं आज जयपुर की मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज में काम कर रही हैं। मेरे इन प्रयासों को देखते हुए मुझे राजस्थान सरकार ने शिक्षा श्री से सम्मानित किया, और मेरा हमेशा से ये प्रयास रहा है कि मैं सरपंच गांव की बनी हूँ तो मैं गांव के पूरे विकास में, चाहे वो किसानों का हो, नौजवानों का हो, बच्चों का हो, महिलाओं का हो, मैं पूरा कर पाऊँ और अपना 100% मैं दे पाऊँ। अभी मेरा जो आगे का सपना है वो गांव में एक स्टेडियम बनाने का है, ताकि जितना भी यूथ है पंचायत के अंदर वो आगे बढ़ पाए। एफपीओ के माध्यम से हम लोग फूड प्रोसेस यूनिट डालने चाह रहे हैं, ताकि किसानों को सशक्त कर सकें और उनको घर बैठे उनकी अच्छी इनकम हो सके। ये प्रयास अभी मेरा है। बाकी आप सभी ने मुझे सुना और यहाँ बुलाया, उसके लिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Hello. Thank you, madam, for your guidance. A big round of applause for Neeru Yadav ji, a great social leader, panchayat leader of Lambi Ahir. Thank you, ma'am. Now the forum is open for question and answers. I request, dear students, if you have any questions, you can ask to the social leaders. First, I would like to call Shubhankar. Hello, Shubhankar, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Shubhankar, you can tell your name and then you can start.
So, myself, Shubhankar Khangar, I am for MSc Environment Science first year. तर माझा क्वेश्चन राहीबाई कडून आहे की तुमचा जो सीड बँकचे आहे तुम्हाला फंडिंग कुठून भेटते, म्हणजे गव्हर्नमेंट करते की कोणी अजून मॅनेज करते?
गव्हर्नमेंटतर्फे काहीच नाही आहे. मला फक्त बाईप संस्थेची मदत भेटली, आणि बाईप संस्थेने जे माझं बेनं पाहिलं का हे खरंच गावठी आहे. मग हे समाजापासून कसं न्यायचं, कारण माझा खूप ग्रामीण भाग आहे आणि ग्रामीण भागेमधून मी बाईप संस्थेच्या मदतीनं आज समाजापासून काम नेलेले. तर याच्यामध्ये फक्त बाईप संस्थेनेच मला मदत केलेली. आणि गव्हर्नमेंटकडून चंद्रकांत दादा पाटलांना असंच पुण्यामध्ये बोलले पुरस्कारावरून. मी म्हणले माझ्याकडे किती लोक येतात, किती जातात, कारण पुरस्कारावरून लय लोक मन व्यक्त करीत. मला किती भेटले हे तर सांगताच येणार नाही, पण यांना ठेवायला जागाच नाही म्हणलं. आणि काय करू मी हे पुरस्कार घेऊन, त्यांनी माझं पोट भरत नाही. मी समाजासाठी काम करते. 4 पाहुणे आले, बसा जागा नव्हती, विद्यार्थ्यांना जागा नव्हती, तर मला त्या स्टेजवर चंद्रकांत दादा म्हणले मी एक घर आणि एक बीज बँका बांध देतो. म्हणले माझ्यासाठी नको, समाजासाठी आणि माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी दिलं बांधून तर खूप चांगलं होईल. मग गव्हर्नमेंटची मला तेवढी पहिली मदत गव्हर्नमेंटची झालेली आहे. इतर गव्हर्नमेंटचं काहीच नाही अजून. मी माझ्या फक्त ते बँका एक गव्हर्नमेंटकडून भेटली बांधून आणि तिच्यामध्ये बी ठेवलेले, बाकी गव्हर्नमेंटकडून अजून काहीच नाही आहे. आणि याची दखल गव्हर्नमेंटनी सुद्धा घेतली पाहिजे. माझ्या शेतीला जर पाणी असलं, अहो प्यायला पाणी नाही, उन्हाळ्याचं पपीक येत होते, हांड्यानी पाणी वळत होते, 2-2 हांड्यानी अजून. तर आता मला नाशिकवाल्यांनी एक टाकी बांधून दिली, मग त्याच्यामध्ये मी टँकर आणून वाचायला लागतो मला उन्हाळ्याचं.
येस, धन्यवाद. Any further question, dear student? Yes.
Hello, I'm Insha Vora and I'm studying in Environmental Science FY. My question is for Vidyut Mohan. Since you are working with agriculture waste, have you quantified how much carbon your products are offsetting?
Right, that's a great question. So that is an important part of what we do. So the answer to that is it depends on different, agriculture is so context dependent. So it depends upon which crop you're working with, which part of the country you're working with, how you're deploying the machine, which agricultural waste you're working with, and what is the application of, the end use from the machine. So it varies a lot, so there is no fixed answer. But what I can say is that we make sure that in each of our deployments, we are able to offset the carbon emissions versus the status quo, but also at the same time with some of our applications such as fertilizer, we're able to sequester or remove carbon dioxide equivalent emissions from the atmosphere. So both happen. So we do a detailed analysis from a life cycle perspective from cradle to grave.
Thank you Vidyut ji. Now I would like to call Dhruv. Dhruv, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. So I have a question to Neeru ma'am. That ma'am, आप जब सरपंच बने तब आपको क्या-क्या hurdles face हुआ है and आपने कैसे उसको overcome किया?
देखिए, जब मैं सरपंच बनी थी उस टाइम गांव के अंदर अक्सर ये रहता है कि सरपंच जो है वो कोई महिला जब बनती है तो ये रहता है कि कोई पुरुष जो है वो ही जो सरपंच रहेगा या वो ही काम करेगा. तो गांव के अंदर लोग स्वीकार नहीं करते एक महिला सरपंच काम करे, क्योंकि जो गांव के अंदर जो 50 साल जिन्होंने गांव को दिए हैं और 10 साल जिसकी शादी हुई है वो आई है, और वो इसलिए तो चुन लेते हैं क्योंकि सीट रिजर्व है और महिला सीट है तो खड़ा कर दिया तो सरपंच बन गई, ठीक है. लेकिन एक्सेप्ट किससे करते हैं? परिवार से करते हैं कि परिवार में ही कोई काम करे. तो काफ़ी चीज़ें मेरे साथ भी हुई थी. जब मैं काम करने लगी शुरू में तो लोग सुनते नहीं थे और उन्हें ये चाहिए था कि कोई पुरुष ही आए और वो ही काम करे. तो ये सब चीज़ें हुई. लेकिन जब मैंने खुद काम करना शुरू किया और फिर लोगों के दिमाग में, और फिर जब मैंने काम किया और मेरे काम को अप्रिसिएशन मिला तो उनके दिमाग के अंदर फिर ये आया कि नहीं, महिलाएं भी हैं, वो भी गाँव को अच्छे से संभाल सकती हैं और कर सकती हैं. तो ऐसे करके फिर मैंने लोगों का व्यू इस चीज़ को लेके बदला और अभी वो सब समस्याएं नहीं आती और महिलाओं ने काफ़ी साथ दिया इस चीज़ में मेरा और गांव की, और परिवार ने भी काफ़ी साथ दिया.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause, my friends. Thank you very much, all of you, and
I'm sure all the dignitaries on the dais would also have experienced the kind of energy first-year students of this university have. Thank you very much for being part of this session, for being part of this very, very important initiative of Social Leadership Development Program. My friends, you all are in first year, and you hardly have completed, I would say, not even a semester in this new academic year. Well, I can remember my days of first year. I'm sure you would also remember your days of first year. Full of excitement, anxiety, not really sure what is going to happen, new friends, new environment, probably for many of you, new city, new state, for some of you, new country. So this excitement, this anxiety is of course gonna be there. This anticipation of what exactly is going to happen with me, how exactly I'm going to do it, is be there. But my friends, you are now part of Dr. Vishwanath Karad MIT World Peace University family. And it is our duty, it is our responsibility to ensure that each one of you gets best of the life experiences while you stay here with us. My friends, I'm really happy to share with you. Today we have the presence of the Executive President of MIT World Peace University, Shri Rahul V. Karad, sir, here with us. Let's give him a big hand and welcome him. I would like to share some of the important thoughts of Shri Rahul V. Karad. I would like to share with you that while he was visualizing the life of first-year students, while he was thinking that what should be the part of a student's life when he comes out of the school, there were many thoughts came to his mind, and many would be implemented with all of your support. I'm sure the first-year students, all of you, have already started experiencing the yoga practice. Taking care of your own health, taking care of your own being is extremely important. Yoga is one of the ancient techniques of our country which helps us maintain the inner peace and which will ultimately bring out the true potential within us. I would like to request my technical team if they can please show us some of the glimpses for the benefit of dignitaries on the dais, that what kind of activity of yoga is implemented at MIT World Peace University. Over to you, team.
Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Govinda Hare. Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
MIT के जो भी युवा है जो आज योग का प्रशिक्षण ले रहे हैं, वो एक अपने आप में आदर्श है। पूरे पुणे में अलग अलग विद्यापीठ है, तो उसमें सबसे पहले पुणे में ये प्रयोग शुरू हुआ है। और जहाँ तक मुझे पता है, महाराष्ट्र में साप्ताहिक कक्षा योग की लगने वाला ये MIT का पहला ही प्रशिक्षण होगा जिसमें युवा जो है योग का आनंद ले रहे हैं।
So many unique things we have done last 35 years, but one such thing which really dear to my heart, and we all of us here at our MITWPU campus, is yoga. To transform this nation, I think, or for that matter any other nation, yoga is an accepted fact. Everybody likes, from the Western world to Eastern world to all sort of the the ideologies, thought processes. They have given yoga as a very important tool, I must say, which can transform any individual for that matter. Here at MIT World Peace University, I am very happy to share that every Thursday the first year students of MIT World Peace University started this yoga practice every Thursday. 1 hour, a mass yoga is done by students. This has become a very important part, and I look at in the days to come, I think many universities, they must come forward to multiply this very thought process of performing yoga. If all other institutions, some 35-40,000 colleges in the country, various 800 universities, if they adopt this culture, India can transform very fast. Our youth can definitely be a very different individuals with this yoga practice.
Thank you. My friends, entire world celebrates Yoga Day once a year. But here, under the able leadership of Shri Rahul V. Karar, MIT World Peace University celebrates Yoga Day every week. And it is for the well-being of all of us, well-being of our inner health as well as our physical health. This was just one of the experiences that first-year students get. But our country has a mix, or I would say a balance, of rural life, which is still developing, and a well-developed urban life. You all are part of this urban life, but a very few of you have experienced the rural life of our country, which is the truth, which is the reality of this country. आज आपल्या मंचावर इथे सरपंच आहेत, ज्या गावांमधनं ते येतात, that is the true reality of our country, and we need to understand what exactly our role in the development of that part of our country. And with this very thought, Shri Rahul V. Karar created yet another initiative of rural immersion program, which is also a mandatory part of first-year academics. I'm sure you are yet to go, you are yet to experience the rural immersion program. But let me give you a quick glimpse of what exactly the rural immersion program is going to be for all of you. I request my technical team.
MIT World Peace University is proud of our latest rural immersion initiative. The rural immersion program is undertaken in MITWPU to bridge the gap between urban India and rural Bharat. The idea behind the program is to introduce students to rural life so they can understand how the rural economy and society function while understanding their interconnection to urban economies and societies. To facilitate this, MITWPU offers its students training in this regard via a rural immersion program. Consideration for this program resides within the call for an Atmanirbhar Bharat, which necessitates the setting up of rural, small-scale businesses and industries which will derive energy from renewable sources of energy and which will transfer economic power from urban India back to rural India. This is MITWPU's small step towards realizing that national goal of Atmanirbharta. Considering that India is still predominantly a rural nation, it is prudent for the youth of our nation to gain a holistic perspective about village life and culture while being afforded the opportunity to interact with and improve it. Our students aid the village by keeping abreast with the latest medical and societal practices which they endeavor to teach to the villagers.
We organized an awareness camp for breast cancer where we taught women how to spot the symptoms. We also ensured that women are not ashamed of discussing it. In all, it was a very good experience and we all enjoyed it.
The purpose of these visits is not only an education which is moral in nature, but rather a synergetic confluence between sustainable practices and the modern scientific world. Our commitment to this ideal is so deep that we have come up with the MIT Technology Business Incubation Center so that any innovative idea that our students get inspired enough on their visits to create can be converted into an economic reality. Rural immersion seeks to enjoin the best of urban India and the best of rural India to give rise to a nation which prides itself on its modernity as well as its ancient traditions and culture.
Thank you very much. My friends, you all are going to be part of this exercise and this experience soon. My friends, I would like to quote here that the mind of Sri Rahul V. Karad is kind of a laboratory of thoughts which he translates into action. Many, many decades ago, he thought that our country still lacks the connect between the youth of this country and the political framework of this country. To minimize this gap between the politics and the youth of this country, and in order that this youth actively participates and associates itself with the political processes of this country, he created a platform called Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. And I'm sure many of you would get to be a part of that as well. Quite recently, I would say before we embark upon the next segment of this program, I would like to take a moment and reflect upon a remarkable event that resonates deeply with the essence of social leadership and the values that we hold at the Social Leadership Development Program. My friends, the National Legislators Conference Bharat, or NLC Bharat, stands as a shining testament to the power of democracy and dedication of elected representatives to the ideals of good governance and unity. It was conceived in this very city of Pune, Maharashtra in year 2022. The NLC Bharat made history in June 2023, where 2,000 MLAs and MLCs from all across the Bharat came together to solve the common issues of our country. And my friends, please mind my words. This was the very first time in the history of independent India that such congregation happened. This conference was more than just a gathering of lawmakers. It is the democracy carnival that showcases the very heart of India's democracy and spirit to the world. I cannot really talk longer, but I would wish to. But I would like to take here the help of my technical team to show you around the concept and execution of National Legislators Conference Bharat. Over to you, team.
You desire for the welfare of a person, this constitution paves a way for you to achieve your goal.
एक सम्मेलन हुआ था मुंबई में और वो इतिहास बन करके रह जाए, ऐसा नहीं।
जो आप सभी विधायकों की अपेक्षा थी, एक व्यूज़ शेयर करना, डाइवर्स व्यूज़ को सुनना और उन्हें जाकर अपने अपने स्टेट्स में इम्प्लीमेंट करना, मैं समझता हूँ ये राहुल कराड जी के इनिशिएटिव से निश्चित रूप से पूरी हुई है।
Every work, when we are working for the people, we must take help of the society.
समाज की प्रगति हो जाए तो हमारी खुद की भी प्रगति हो जाएगी। इसको ध्यान में रखकर अगर हम काम करें तो मैं समझता हूँ विधानसभाओं में होने वाला काम भी बहुत अच्छा होगा।
मुझे अच्छा लगा जब राहुल जी ने, अलग अलग विधायकों ने जो अपने अपने विधानसभा क्षेत्र के अंदर जो नई प्रैक्टिस अपनाई, उनका परिदर्शन, उनकी प्रदर्शनी मैंने देखी।
पॉलिटिक्स नहीं, जीवन की समग्रता।
Overall economical strength of India has gone up.
Undoubtedly, India is now being recognized and respected worldwide.
These themes of your conference are vital strands of the work to enhance the effectiveness of all democratic legislatures.
मंच पर की गई चर्चाओं और नए विचारों से जनता की भलाई निश्चित रूप से सुनिश्चित होगी और हमारे राष्ट्र के डेमोक्रेटिक ढांचे को और मजबूत ऐसा कार्यक्रम करेगा।
फॉर द सेकेंड नेशनल लेजिस्लेटिव कॉन्फ्रेंस आप गोवा में आने के लिए तैयार हैं? मैं तैयार है क्या?
यह विशिष्ट आयोजन है। प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस तो हर साल होती है, पर विधायक आपस में मिलें, संवाद करें, शायद यह देश में पहला प्रयास है।
एक विधायक को कम से कम 3 महीने का प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त करना चाहिए। MIT स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट और विभिन्न राज्य विधानमंडल इस दिशा में पहल कर सकते हैं।
What does social democracy mean? It means a way of life which recognizes liberty, equality, and fraternity.
Whatever was said in India about thousands of years back is now being revealed by the entire world.
I think that this is an excellent opportunity that Rahul Karad and his team have been able to organize this conference.
ये विधायक सम्मेलन के आयोजन के विषय में जानकर अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हुई है।
मंच के ऊपर सभी विधानसभा के स्पीकर्स बैठे हुए हैं, मैं उनका मन से आभारी हूं।
मैं बहुत इमोशनल भी आज हो गया हूँ कि ये जो कल्पना बहुत 3-4-5 साल पहले मैंने बहुत सारे लीडर्स से बात किया था इसके बारे में, ये आज एक मैनिफेस्टेशन, एक इमेजिनेशन इस तरीके से यहाँ पे साकार हुआ।
My friends, let's give a big round of applause to the concept and implementation of National Legislators Conference Bharat. My friends, Shri Rahul V. Karad, who's here with us on stage today, the visionary behind the Social Leadership Development Program, Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Legislators Conference, Rashtriya Sarpanch Sansad, National Women's Parliament, and many, many, many more, deserves our heartfelt admiration and praise. His unwavering commitment of fostering leadership, democracy, and positive change is nothing short of inspiration. Shri Rahul Karad sir's dedication to provide political training to aspiring young politicians through MIT School of Government and his instrumental role in organizing NLC Bharat showcases his profound understanding of the importance of democratic values, unity, and good governance. His vision and tireless efforts have not only transformed the landscape of leadership education in India, but also brought together the lawmakers, leaders from diverse backgrounds to collectively work towards the brighter and more equitable future. This legacy of Shri Rahul V. Karad will continue to inspire generations to come and reminding us always the enduring impact of visionary leadership and the pursuit of noble ideas. My friends, it is indeed our good fortune that we have the presence of Shri Rahul V. Karad sir here with us on the stage today. I would like to request my technical team if they can quickly take us through the life and work of Shri Rahul V. Karad through a film, because it is really difficult for me to cover every aspect of his life. I request my technical team.
Rahul Karad, a motivator of the youth, an innovator of education, and an enabler of dreams. He has been a pioneer of many initiatives of MITWPU. He's a man with a mission and a clear vision of how the four pillars of democracy, that is legislature, executive, judiciary, and the media, should evolve in the 21st century. A Harvard alumnus, he started his journey as Executive Director of Mayer's MIT Group of Institutions, Pune, Bharat in 2001. Why no educated Indian parent ever dreams of sending their children in politics or pursuing public life as a serious career option? Rahul Karad, the founder and executive president of MIT School of Government, planted the seed of this unique vision, and MIT SOG became the first institution of political education and leadership in India. He's known for his deep-rooted patriotism, having been inspired by the famous words of Mahatma Gandhi, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." The very thought led to the founding of the course of Peace Studies at MITWPU in 2017. Very soon, it began to spread its wings all over the nation. A visionary educationist and a true believer in democracy, he is keen on creating a generation aware of its fundamental rights and duties. Education should not be restricted to only bookish knowledge. It should be rooted in our culture and society. He implemented this idea with programs like rural, national and international immersions, where students get a wide exposure of the changing dynamics of the world, and then utilize this experience in bridging the gap between India and Bharat. In June 2023, he was the brain behind the super successful NLC, or National Legislators Conference, Bharat. NLC Bharat, held at Geo World Convention Center, Mumbai, brought together MLAs and MLCs from all over the nation to share their best practices and learnings at a unique, never-before platform. The historic initiative was highly appreciated by lawmakers and the youth as a document to the testimony of grassroots democracy in India. NLC Bharat 2023 was also a true celebration and reflection of our vibrant democracy, and the man behind this pioneering initiative was none other than Rahul Karad. He is the man of the moment who connects tradition with change. Rahul Karad is the face of New Bharat and New India.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a huge round of applause, my friends, the creator of many social platforms, the president of Maharashtra Academy of Engineering Research, and the executive president of MIT World Peace University, Shri Rahul V. Karad.
Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Garyasi. Thank you, Professor Bapat, for that wonderful introduction and sharing all those films and various other aspects of our institution career, and of course what little opportunity I have been bestowed last 20 years you must have seen through these films. So the respected dais, I must congratulate Rahibai Popere ji, Vidyut Mohan ji and Neeru Yadav ji, and all other respected speakers I can see sitting in front of me for the next sessions. We are already little delayed. I think this session was supposed to get over by 11 o'clock. But still, I felt it is necessary that all the students of first year, just 40 days before, you all have joined this very prestigious MIT World Peace University. Various branches of engineering, fine arts, liberal art, design, architecture, all the branches students sitting together, and this very effort of social leadership development program. Why and how and for what purpose this endeavor here is established by this institution. All my colleagues here, Professor Kakandikar, Professor Pokle, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chitnis, they all have worked together relentlessly last almost month or so for establishment of this social leadership development program. But I must tell you, my dear students, that what those reflections, I mean, the films what you just now saw for the School of Government or Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Women's Parliaments, last almost, the 30 years before, our beloved founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, he basically gave this very unique vision, the World Peace University, MIT World Peace University, and that's how further the MIT School of Government and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Women's Parliament, all these social initiatives. So this institution, we as the teachers, we as the academia, we are all the time, we are thinking, how do we go little closer to this word's world peace? It is not an easy word, my dear friends. And these particular aspects of yoga or rural immersion or peace study program and many other aspects which you are going to go through next 3 years, 4 years, next 2 years down the line. These are some of the ladder, I must say, that these are the stepping stones to move to that direction of achieving the world peace. Of course, the good governance, democracy, leadership is very dear to my heart. The country's first school to develop the future politicians was started way back in the year 2005. And after that, Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad and various such ideas has given the birth, and today even this Sldp, Social Leadership Development Program, is one such idea which was conceived just a year before, last year, I mean to say, some 18 months before that, we have to establish one such platform, wherein those committed people, country like ours, where we have urban centers are very, very important, but our country lives in rural India, as you all know that. The semi-urban areas, the rural areas, and so many other problems and challenges and social issues. So who are going to solve these issues? Many times, my dear students, we have all of our feeling that government and the government machinery and various such urban centers and the big corporates and the multinational, they are capable enough to give the job opportunities and create the framework. But trust me, my dear friends, the vision of Sldp, I myself and all my academia and teachers, we all believe that country of this size, over 140 crore people, it is not enough that the government machinery just alone function. I think it is the active citizenship, what our Prime Minister Modi ji is also saying. Even the previous governments also, they have done a great job. And we are, last 10, 20 years, the overall transformation of our country, we all have observed. You all are very young, and the responsibility is on your shoulder. You all must have seen the movie called Swades. The Shah Rukh Khan comes from, in that movie it is shown that he comes from United States, from NASA, a very eminent scientist, and he goes to some village where there is no electricity. There are so many challenges. Who will resolve those challenges? He would have been comfortable there in United States, but he came to India and did something. So likewise, we here as academia, we are trying to just to provoke you that your degree education of engineering or management or pharmacy or liberal art, fine art, law, any discipline you may belong to, you all need to really think that how do we really change our country? How do we really be the problem solvers? We all know that the Jugaad word is very, very famous. Last some 15, 20 years, somebody proclaimed that a Jugaad, we need various such Jugaads, but not in that sense Jugaad. It is for the social transformation. Our MIT World Peace University vision also, if you say, we are writing there as a social innovation. So what is a social innovation? So this is the social innovation, my dear friends. So you all need to think in this direction. So this platform is just to provoke all of you that how and what way we can use our degree or our education tomorrow for solving various problems in our society, from poverty to agriculture issues, the social issues, various other small dimensions, the water and irrigation. Every area we have so many problems. And these problems, we alone as a government or an institution can't do that. This very huge number here sitting around 8,000 to 9,000 students right now. I think everyone, you need to think, my dear friends, that what is a model we can create and how do we really create an entrepreneurship for the country? How do we create that kind of environment, the interdisciplinary environment, my dear friends? Only engineer or a law graduate alone, they can't resolve the problem. You all need to come together. Various disciplines, various branches, you all need to come together, and that's how we have written here for the societal transformation in all these areas of science and engineering and research, commerce, business, management, all the areas. So that is the spirit of this very program, and that's how the Rural Immersion Program, and I felt that these films must be shown here. The yoga or we have one social innovation fund we have established, my dear friends. You need to approach your teachers for that. And that fund need to be utilized for some kind of innovations by which we can improve the livelihood of our society, our community, our peers, our agriculture, India. And that's how we look at, as a vision, as the MIT World Peace University, what our founder has given this very great vision to we as the institution builders. So I'm very, very glad to talk to you today morning, my dear friends. This very one single idea, long back, people laughed on me that how can there be a school which can educate the youngsters to get into public life? देश का पहला स्कूल राजनीति में किसी को आना है तो there is one such school by the name of MIT School of Government. which was established way back in the year 2005 with the support of Shri T.N. Seshanji, the former Chief Election Commissioner. We can see the photo here. And that's how this very idea has given the birth to all these various Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Women's Parliament, all these student-driven activities. And finally, this, after independence, what you saw just now, some 2,000 lawmakers, they gathered in city of Mumbai, where 1,500 students worked to establish this very important platform of our MITWPU. They all worked very hard, almost for a year or so. And all the lawmakers, they could gather together that how can we have the uniform policies for our country? How can we have the Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, because when we always compare, of course, one of the developing economies there in particularly United States, they have one language, English, and 2 political parties. We have 100 political parties and 100 languages in our country. Imagine, for the first time, this very thought of MIT School of Government, this very seed thought, how it has given the birth to various ideas. And why I'm sharing, it may sound little that I'm boosting, but this very communication was not to boost myself, my dear students. I, as an educationist, I feel that you all should get that one thread in your life to elongate and further move in your career path. So some people, they get that thread at the age of 15, 20, 21, 25, 30. So likewise, I request all of you to think that what is that I really want to achieve in my professional career in the future. And that's how this very social leadership development platform, social leadership development program you should look up to. Next 3 days, of course, yesterday was wonderful. I was told there was some issues at the backside about the noise and everything, but I think all of them have taken the great efforts. You all must appreciate that this is the only such university in the vastness of the country who can think on such lines, that along with your technical education, your professional education, unless and until these aspects are, merged with your professional education, you can't be a complete person, my dear students. And accordingly, we expect you to think, then only we'll be able to achieve this vision, what our founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karajji, has envisioned, that unification of science and spirituality alone can bring peace to the mankind. What Swami Vivekananda long back said, and that particular one line was motivated him to establish this, the world's biggest dome. I'm sure many of you are aware. This is a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory, which we have established in another campus where World Peace Dome is established, my dear, from Vishwaraj Bagh. Someday we have plans to take you there also physically. And we as a society, we as a, the human beings, for some purpose we have born. And that really awakening has to be there. And with that spirit, all these photos here, what you see, the contemporary era, whoever those great people, men, women, what they have done for the society and our country's transformation, we have portrayed their pictures. We can't afford to just cut, copy, paste model of the Western community, my dear friends. We should have our own model for our country, Bharat. Last almost year or almost 3 years, we were promoting this thought that let us change the country's name, the India, to Bharat. And I'm very glad that recently the government is also thinking on those lines. So all such ideas, my dear friends, will take our country to the next level. Please do communicate to your father, mother about this very thought process, because this is independently, we can have some thought, but collectively, when group of people come together, then only things really shape up and they evolve, and we can transform our country much faster with a, quite a speed. So with these words, I keep my message is to all of you that tomorrow till the evening, your commitment, your involvement, your sense of belongingness is very, very important in this particular program. When you become 25, 30, 40 in your lifetime, surely many of you will remember that here is one such idea of social leadership development program which was given in the first year of your degree program, which has, ignited and which has sowed that seed. So carry that message, my dear friends, and pass on. And this is not a small number. This number can really transform the huge society, such a large society, my dear friend. So once again, I say good luck to each one of you. See you soon, maybe at the valedictory again. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom, and thank you very much for coming up with such special initiatives which actually shape the future and the career of these young minds, and I would say the future of our country. Thank you very much for all your efforts. My friends, this journey is going to continue, and we are going to listen to many such views of the tall personalities from this stage. But this session has come to an end. I would request all the dignitaries to kindly, but before we formally conclude, I request my team to please, if they can, rise in your seats and hold the brochure with your, yes. So it's a very picturesque moment for all of us and a memory of this session which will stay with us for lifetime. I request the photographers to grab this moment. And my friends, after this photograph, we are going to capture one more important photograph. We have a big crane in the middle of this pandal, which is going to help us taking this photograph. I'm going to request each one of you to rise in your seats and hold the hands of your friends sitting to your left and right hand hands and just hold them high in the sky. May I request, please, all of you, if you can please rise in your seats, hold the hands, rise in your seats, students. Friends, please rise in your seats, hold the hands of your friends standing on your left and right hand side, hold them high in the sky, and I request my technical team, using this crane, capture this beautiful moment. Yes, hold the hands, hold them high in the sky. Students, don't just stand. Yes, hold the hands of your friends and hold them high in the sky. All the dignitaries are also joining. Yes, look at the beautiful picture. Look at the beautiful picture. I still can't feel the energy. Okay, let me give you a boost. Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki! Thank you very much for your energy. Thank you so much for giving us a beautiful photograph. I request everyone to please settle down. No whistling. Whistling is not part of our culture. Thank you very much. Please settle down as we are getting ready for the next session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gautam Bapat, for handing over. We are right away starting our next session, that is session 4 on social leadership for environment and sustainable development. I request all the dignitaries to kindly gather near the bell of social leadership. May I request Dr. Neeraj Mahindru to guide the guests to gather near the bell of social leadership. I request all the students to settle down quickly. Volunteers, kindly help the students to settle down in the pandal. There shouldn't be any movement. The session has already started. I request all the volunteers to quickly guide the students. This is the moment that we have been witnessing, that is the bell of social leadership. The bell of social leadership that symbolically reaffirms our faith in the continuous and strengthening of Bharat. The bell of social leadership. Thank you so much, dignitaries. May I humbly request you to kindly come to the dais and occupy your seats. I request Dr. Neeraj Mahindru to kindly request the guests to come to the dais and occupy their seats. Honorable Sri Manish Kothari ji, Honorable Piyush Manoj ji, Dinesh Srivastava ji. We would also have on the stage Dr. V. Lenin Kumar, Dr. Shubhalakshmi Joshi, Dr. Samartha Patwardhan, Dr. Vanishi Ramanathan, Ashita Jaggi, and Mithilesh Singh Thoma. Dear students, quickly settle down in the Panjol. There is too much of movement in the Panjol. I request our volunteers and faculty members to guide the students and ask them to settle down as soon as possible. The session has already started. Yes. Thank you so much. The theme of the session is Social Leadership for Environment and Sustainable Development. Yes, we are in a social initiative program as being run by MITWPU University. We saw a couple of films in the last session, some of the great social initiatives under MITWPU University. One of its kind social leadership program is National Women's Parliament that provides a platform for women from diverse backgrounds to highlight and discuss their gender-specific issues. Women from politics, social sector, education, sports, corporate, media, arts, culture, judiciary, including young aspiring girl students, they come together to share their experiences, knowledge, research, and every work of art. To highlight this significant and path-breaking social initiative under MITWPU University, under the dynamic leadership of Shri Rahul V. Karad sir, we have National Women's Parliament as a social initiative. Before we play a short film of National Women's Parliament, I once again request all the students to settle down in the Panjol. Quickly settle down. May I now request our technical team to relay a film on National Women's Parliament, please.
Aims to create a better and conducive environment for women empowerment and nation building. First National Women's Parliament was a 3-day national conclave held at Amaravati, Andhra Pradesh on 10th, 11th and 12th of February 2017. It was attended by nearly 12,000 motivated girl student leaders who had participated from across the nation to establish direct connect with the policymakers, leaders and other women of eminence and deliberated about grassroots challenges being faced by young women in India. The Parliament was graced by more than 400 women members of legislative assemblies and nearly 90 women members of Parliament of India. Several eminent women from all walks of life interacted and deliberated with them. By a conscious deliberation between Shri Rahul V. Karad, founder and convener of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, the seed thought of National Women's Parliament was conceived. It was well supported and guided by Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu.
We'll give a light to all the world about the women empowerment.
3 days of National Women's Parliament was thoughtfully divided in 5 different sessions with different topics to discuss. Along with the main function, a special event with the theme Run for Women Empowerment was organized from Swaraj Maidan, which was inaugurated by youth icon Ms. P.V. Sindhu. Young student leaders participated in the run with a lot of zeal and enthusiasm. A unique concept of Youth Connect to strengthen communication among the participants was also executed on first and second day of the Parliament. Participants exchanged their views and thoughts in a close group, increasing the bonding between them.
Thank you, technical team, for that wonderful video. Now it's time to take a deep dive into the session that is theme Social Leadership for Environment and Sustainable Development. May I request our technical team to relay a curtain raiser video for the session.
This session is based on social leadership for environment and sustainable development, trash to treasure, innovations in waste management for a greener future, innovative waste management solutions that contribute to environmental preservation and resource efficiency, transforming trash habits, empowering youth to drive change. The critical role of youth in spearheading environmental action and sustainable practices and shaping our common future. A call for youth. young leaders to come together, exchange ideas, and create collective strategies for addressing environmental challenges. This session will be aiming to foster a culture of sustainable development, protect the environment, and create a shared vision for a resilient and harmonious future for generations to come.
Thank you, technical team. May I now take this opportunity to invite the moderator of the session, Dr. Neeru Yadav, Professor and Dean, School of Health Sciences and Technology, to welcome the eminent guests and talk about the concept of the session. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning. It is great pleasure to welcome Honorable Executive President Shri Rahul Karad, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, dear colleagues and students. The session 4 of this Social Leadership Development Program is focused on environment and sustainability. In morning session, we discussed about the social leadership initiatives for innovative agricultural practices. There were a lot of things which were related to environment and sustainable development which have been discussed over the last 1.5 days. In this session, we are aiming to promote the active participation and empowerment of young leaders and communities in ensuring greener and sustainable future for coming generations. Development is crucial for growth of humanity, but can we make it sustainable so that while meeting the needs of present, we do not compromise the future generations to come? This session revolves around 3 key themes. The first one is from trash to treasure, innovations in waste management for greener future, where we showcase the innovative waste management practices contributing to environmental preservation and resource efficiency. How youth can transform the society through their leadership by taking these initiatives. The second theme is transforming trash habits, empowering the youth to drive and emphasize the critical role of youth in spearheading the environmental action and sustainable practices. Further, we discuss energy and environment, how to meet the energy needs for sustainable future by encouraging social leadership, inspiring innovative solutions, and empowering youth as change agents. This initiative aims to foster the culture of sustainable development, protect the environment, and create a shared vision for a resilient and harmonious future for generations to come. Today, we have 3 eminent speakers with us to share their stories and how these leaders have made a difference in area of environment and sustainable development. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Shri Manish Kothari ji, who is MD of Rhino Machines, who has created an ingenious solution of converting waste to cost-effective bricks using foundry dust and waste plastics. We have Shri Piyush Manushji, social activist and cooperative forest expert for sustainable eco-business, who single-handedly rejuvenated dying lakes of Salem in Tamil Nadu, starting at a young age of 20. So you can really correlate with the efforts he has made. We have Dr. Dinesh Srivastava, distinguished scientist and Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He has been working in area of energy, environment, and climate change, exploring energy options for sustainable future. He has over 160 publications to his credit. I look forward to a great session as we go forward. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to felicitate our guest speaker today. May I request the dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Neeru Mohan, sir, to felicitate our guest speaker today. We would like to begin with Shri Manish Kothari ji, MD, Rhino Machines, West to Bricks. I request sir to felicitate today's first speaker, Manish Kothari ji. Thank you, sir. Please put your hands together, dear students. Please welcome our guests with a round of applause. Thank you. May I request sir to felicitate Piyush Manojji, a social activist, cooperative forest expert for sustainable eco-business. Please keep clapping, dear students. Let us welcome our guest with a round of applause. Shri Piyush Manojji, social activist. I request sir to felicitate Shri Dinesh Srivastava ji, ISC Bengaluru, senior scientist. Please put your hands together, dear students, to welcome Shri Dinesh Srivastava ji, a senior scientist from ISC Bengaluru. Thank you, sir. Thank you for doing the honors. Moving on now, we would like to begin with the first speaker, the eminent speaker, Shri Manish Kothari ji. I take this opportunity to introduce sir to you. Sir plays important role in the initiative on clean technology and environment innovation with strong commitment to promote positive change through sustainable business practices and cutting-edge technologies. Sir graduated in mechanical engineering from Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. He provided Innovation Award as one of the top 6 innovators in India in the Global Clean Tech Innovation Programs in October 2015. Sir is recognized for EcoFlex Rhino innovation, which was among top 6 innovation in India, especially the energy and clean technology sector at GCIP event. Please put your hands together to welcome Shri Manish Kothari ji.
नमस्कार और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इस यूनिवर्सिटी में इनविटेशन के लिए। मतलब मैं कराट जी का स्पीच सुनने के बाद और सब देखने के बाद मुझे लगा मैं वापस स्टूडेंट बन गया हूँ एंड आई वुड लव टू बी अ स्टूडेंट एट दिस यूनिवर्सिटी वंस अगेन। व्हेन आई गॉट इनटू द कॉलेज इन 1986 और 87, मेरे ख्याल से ये बच्चों जो आप देख रहे हैं, शायद वो उस समय हम सोच भी नहीं सकते थे जो आप महसूस कर रहे हैं। तो मैं MIT की पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन देता हूं कि इस तरह के प्लेटफॉर्म अपने यूथ को जोड़ने के लिए आपने खड़ा किया है। मेरी एक बहुत सारे अनुभव है पिछले 32 साल से। आई एम इन द फाउंड्री इंडस्ट्री, आई वर्कड इन द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्पेस एंड वन ऑफ द वेरी कोइंसिडेंटल थिंग्स इज that I started my professional career in Pune in 1991, working at a site in a foundry in Pune, and that's the industry which is very close to my heart. That's the company which is close to my heart, and that's where I belong. तो foundry industry को हम लोग समझते हैं कि ये एक dark, dusty, dirty industry है और 3D से पहचाना जाता है। जब मैं इस इंडस्ट्री में फर्स्ट टाइम 1986 में मेरे फादर के इंस्टॉलेशन पे गया था, आई कैन नॉट फॉरगेट दैट इमेज दैट दिस इज़ अ कोर इंडस्ट्री. विदाउट द फाउंड्री इंडस्ट्री नो नेशन, नो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन इज़ पॉसिबल एंड इट इज़ अ 3000+ year old industry. In this industry, there was, while we were doing innovations in energy, efficiency and all of this, let me present the first slide, if you can have, which shows On the left is the industry foundry, which shows a complete circularity of how things happen in the foundry. There's a lot of recycling, there's a lot of recirculation in the industry, but at the end of all this activity, there's a certain percentage of sand or dust which goes out of the system, which gets disposed, not because the material has zero value, is because we consider that as a waste. One of the foundries approached us and said that this was around 2016, 2017, you are doing so many things, you are developing machines. We have not found a solution for this dust. Could you find something which could help us address and become a zero waste foundry? Yeah. So on the left, what you see is we are addressing on the top right the sand mix from the knockout or the dust which was coming out of the system. And perhaps it doesn't get magnified when you see this, but if I tell you a figure that India is today the second largest casting producers in the world, overtaking USA about a couple of years back. We are just behind China, and we are moving towards that direction. Every 1 ton of casting we produce, there's 1 ton of disposal happening outside. And this is a mother industry. The disposal is not a waste. To me, it is a wasted resource. And that's where I start from. So India produces something like 11 million tons of casting every year. Imagine 11 million tons of wasted resources dumped in fertile lands outside. There's some in dust form which can come and enter our respiratory system. We are talking of only burning of agriculture. But are we looking at the wastes which are coming out from the industry? While looking for this solution, I did not start with plastic as my problem. I think most of us think plastic is a problem, right? I think it is a solution for the foundry industry. So what people look at as a liability for the society, for us, it became an asset. Plastic, we found and we researched with my R&D engineer, he found out that plastic could bond with the dust or the sand and create a certain composite which could be usable. And that is the crux which we did our first trial of technology establishment somewhere in 2018, where we just tried in a small machine, a batch mixer. And that's how R&D happens. You do iterations, do some small steps, and we found that, yes, this was something which was happening. We had some machines with us. We used our fabrication press. We made a small mold of a brick, because that's the first thing which came to our mind. And when we made that brick was so strong. My architect, Sridhar, who was visiting at that time, he took this brick in his hand, and I can't forget when he said, he was hitting the bricks, and he said, she's also my relative, he said, Mama, hum eat se eat baja denge. Now, that is a statement which has a lot of power, that you have understood or you have arrived at a solution which could be transformational. Transformational not only for the industry, but there was a very big element of the community which was involved, which we look at the right side, where every day we see on the roads, on the highways, mixed plastic being dumped and wasted. During those experiments, we found that there was one more unique feature to this, that we could intake mixed plastic. Now, plastic recycling is not new, but the moment you mix PET with PP or polyethylene and Sldp, the recyclability becomes very low. And I think people from polymer industry would understand this. What we have been able to achieve today is being able to arrive at being able to accept plastic, which could be, this bottle, for example, has 3 plastics. This is top is a PP, polypropylene. This is PET, and this label comes into multi-layer plastic. This bottle can go as it is into recycling without the need for separating. So if you go to the next slide, please. There is a process which has been shown. We can look at the process. I can share this later on. So the process is we take this dust, around 70%, 30% of plastic. These are the areas we wish to address. Can you go next? And this silica plastic, we called it silica plastic block because it came out of two different industries. One was from the sand, which is a mining resource, plastic, which is from a petroleum industry. And they have combined together to form a paver block, which could be used in or any shape. Now, the important aspect of this, as we realized over the period of time, what we started was to solve an industry problem, suddenly became something which was addressing a larger community problem. And plastic would, we can go to the next slides also, please. This is a plant. Next, please. And this slide gives us an idea of what goes inside and how much of research was done at the industry level. So we did not look at going and looking for support from any initiatives, but we invested into the research. As being a machine developer, we had a lot of resources with us, and we could do this. The next slide, please. Just go to the next slide, please. And the next one. And the next. So I'll just bring this context to social leadership over here. As we progressed in 2020, 2021, as we kept on engaging with the society, we started to realize that though plastic is available everywhere, it was not available for us to run the plant. And that's when we started working with social organizations, we started working with hospitals, we started working with industries. And over a period of time, this is a mapping which we have been able to do, how social consciousness, community consciousness and collaborative effort between society and industry can put together such solutions which could bring in waste from industry, wasted, I would not call it waste, again, wasted resources of one industry, wasted resources of the community, bring it together, put it back into the cycle, lift our resource efficiency, which is probably as low as 22-23% today, and address the sustainable development goals of responsible consumption and production, where we can breathe a better life, we can generate revenue, and we are now collaborating with young youth who are being incubated, supported. We provide technical assistance, setting up such a unit in a municipal corporation in Nepal recently, trying to work with ecosystems in Nagaland, how to implement this as a facilitator for integrating circularity into the ecosystem is what we think as an engineer we are able to put together. And I would be happy to engage with the academics and the institutional bodies, students. You're welcome to do co-research, co-development, and thank you so much for the opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful speech and taking us on the path of environment and sustainable development. Moving on, it's time to invite our next speaker, Shri Piyush Manushji. Let me introduce Sir. Sir co-founded the Salem Citizen Forum, a group of urban citizens focused on improving public services and welfare. Sir has played a crucial role in revitalizing various water bodies, including Amapathal Lake, Kundukal Lake, Isma Khan Lake, Palapattu Well across Salem and Dharmapuri districts. Sir is known for establishing Coop Forest in 2009, starting with 1.5 acres and expanding it to impressive figure 150 acres. And Sir serves, and the place has got now been serving as a sanctuary for various plants, trees, and it explores being eco-friendly alternative for plastics, steel and cement. May I invite Piyush Manushji for his address. Please put hands together, dear students, to welcome Piyush Manushji.
So good morning to you all. So I thank World Peace University. So children, peace. Can peace be achieved when injustice is present? So whoever 10 people who are listening to this, can you answer? Can peace be achieved when injustice is present? So no one is listening. Anyway, I'll continue my speech. So justice is very important for peace to be achieved. And justice for whom? Justice for water, justice for soil, justice for jungle, justice for Jameen, justice for people of this country. It is very important because sustainability ka sabse bada dushman, the biggest enemy for sustainability and environment is unsustainability. The biggest enemy for environment and sustainability is greed. And who are greedy in this country? Corporates, politicians are the ruling class, are the greed of this country. एक honest king, एक honest raja, आप अगर question नहीं करेंगे, if you are not questioning an honest king, he will become corrupt. A corrupt king, if you keep questioning him, he will become honest. So now what is the context here that I am trying to prove here? हमने बहुत सारे जंगल बनाए, हमने बहुत सारे lakes clean किए, हमने बहुत सारा farming किया, organic farming किया, we went to people, got a lot of response, restored a lot of lands. But this government, if it wants to destroy the very same, and if we don't question it, it will go on destroying it. For one example, there's a company called Chemplast Sanmar in Salem. We get our drinking water from river Kaveri. The company was manufacturing plastic and adding cyanide to the very source of drinking water that we were drinking from, or rather 2 crore people of Tamil Nadu were drinking from. Very ordinary people, 5 farmers joined together. 5 farmers joined together, fought against this corporate giant, made them spend 150 crores, made them spend 150 crores on a zero treatment plant or zero discharge plant. And the cyanide that was added in our drinking water stopped. Aren't these 5 farmers very powerful? So children, can I get some little response from you? No? 5 farmers have saved 2 crore population from cyanide poisoning. Isn't this the best example of sustainability and environment protection? So how do they go about achieving it? Can 5 farmers do it? हम लोग पिक्चर देखते हैं, बहुत पिक्चर देखते हैं, बॉलीवुड, हॉलीवुड देखते हैं, तेलुगु पिक्चर, तमिल पिक्चर. The villain is the hero for 2.5 hours. वो लास्ट में मरता है. The villain dies at the end. But the way the movies portray, you know, एक ordinary counselor को दिखाएंगे कि बहुत powerful है, बहुत powerful है. But you know, the most powerful is the common man. मैं बकवास नहीं कर रहा हूँ आपके साथ. 10 रुपए हमने खर्चा किया, 10 रुपए RTI डाला, and we shut down the richest man's industry in Salem. There is a company called Malco, Vedanta, mining our hills illegally. Mining our hills illegally. 12 साल से चोरी कर रहा था. We shut it down with 10 rupees RTI. 10 रुपए का RTI डाला, फाइल इंस्पेक्शन किया, रिकॉर्ड मिले, इलीगल डिक्लेयर किया, हिल को बंद कर दिया हमने. हिल माइनिंग बंद किया. The toxic aluminum factory was shut down in river Kaveri. Children, clap for this, yaar. This is such a story, yaar. मात्र 10 रुपए में सबसे अमीर ज़ादे को हमने घुटने पे टिका दिया. And this applies to many success stories that we have. The time is limited, but I'll tell you this. I'm a farmer. I'm a bamboo farmer. I grow bamboo. I harvest it. I make value addition products out of it. My wife makes 150 products from aloe vera, वगैरह वगैरह. We make from herbs and all that. ये businesses कोई भी चाहेगा पैसा कमाने के लिए आज के टाइम में. Anyone wants to earn money today, he can do it in a jiffy. You people will be celebrating IAS officer, IPS officer. आखिर है तो गुलामी. They are after all slaves of the system. You may celebrate success at any level, but there are so many ordinary stories who are more powerful than these stories. I'm just not talking in terms of romanticizing anything. I don't romanticize anything. I'm a farmer. I faced a lot of difficulties. It's been a 15-year journey for me to attain sustainability in farming. But believe me, the best romance in life will be your fearlessness. Question karo. The interesting thing that I found about MIT was that there's so much diversity here. The right, the left, the mix of everything is here. So I'm sure this university will encourage questioning, your questioning. Question everything that comes across your way. Wherever there's a doubt, start questioning. हम question करते ही नहीं है. माँ बाप ने बोल दिया हमारा caste ये है, हम मान लिए. माँ बाप ने बोल दिया हमारा religion ये है, हम मान लिए. माँ बाप ने बोल दिया हमको ये करना है, हम मान लिए. समाज ने बोला हम ये करना है, मान लिए. Start questioning, folks. And questioning is very powerful. How to question? आप अगर न्यूज़पेपर में कुछ पढ़ रहे हैं, अगर जैसे मणिपुर में मैंने देखा कि 50,000 से 1 लाख लोग आज बेघर हो गए, shouldn't I do something for it? I'm seeing multiple rapes happening there. Shouldn't I do something for it? Can you at least write a small petition to the President and the Prime Minister of India? Can you do that? It will take you 5 minutes. Postcard, email. सबके पास मोबाइल फोन है. रील्स बहुत टाइम लेते हैं. आपका इंस्टाग्राम रील्स बहुत टाइम लेता है. एक इंस्टाग्राम रील बना लो यार. एक इंस्टाग्राम रील बना लो सॉलिडारिटी के लिए कि मेरे देश में जो हो रहा है ये गलत क्यों हो रहा है. What is happening is wrong. You start questioning and things will change. I told you a story of 5 people who have shut down a big plant. I'm telling you a story of 10 rupees what it can do. Imagine the privilege that we have. हम लोग को अगले दिन का खाने की चिंता नहीं है. The most of the people who are studying here, are you worried about your next day's food, where it can come from? This is a privilege that you have. So use this privilege, start questioning, and you will find all these questions, environment, sustainability, leadership, सब solve हो जाएगा. Believe me, सब solve हो जाएगा. But the thing is, you'll have to question. Have little courage. Push fear outside. Fear को धक्का मारो. Have you thanked water? People, a simple question. Have you thanked water? सांस में 1 सेकंड के बिना सांस बिना नहीं जी सकता हूं. I cannot live without oxygen for 1 minute. Have you thanked the air? Have you thought how do we thank it? Does your family discuss it? We should thank water, we should thank air. We are dumping, your Pune has dumping every drop of our waste into the river. River का नाम क्या है सर? मुले माथी. 11 sewage treatment plants are operating in Pune. Most of them are dysfunctional. All your waste goes into that river becomes the drinking water of another city. हम लोग सेलम में बैंगलोर का ditch water पीते हैं. Salem is giving its ditch water to Namakkal and Trichangoda and Karur and further downstream. Every single drop of water, every single drop of air that we are drinking today is polluted in this country. And we are such a thankless humanity. हम लोग कल्चर के बारे में बात करेंगे, कंट्री के बारे में बात करेंगे, सब कुछ बात करेंगे, लेकिन मूल इसको भूल जाएंगे कि जो इंडिजिनियस पीपल है, जो आदिवासी पीपल है, जो हमारे लिए काम कर रहे हैं, they are being punished. I think so. These are the questions that only students like you at this stage should start questioning. आप इसको क्वेश्चन करें, आपको रिजल्ट मिलेगा, मैजिक निकलेगा लाइफ में. नेचर प्रोटेक्ट्स अस. नेचर गिव्स मी एवरीथिंग. You protect nature, it will protect you. There's nothing supreme than nature's and its design. हिमाचल में देखिएगा अब अभी. हिमाचल is ruined. 2015 चेन्नई फ्लड आया. 20,000 50,000 करोड़ खत्म हो गए. 20,000 50,000 crores wiped out. हिमाचल में अभी बोल रहे हैं 20,000 करोड़ खत्म हो गए. These are very lesser figures. The damage is much more. उत्तराखंड गया, हिमाचल गया. Climate crisis इतना बड़ा हो गया है, we don't even realize it. Do you know that this August was 100 years of severe drought that this country has ever faced in 100 years. But no, these questions don't bother us. हमको तो पानी मिल जाता है पाइप में. हम लोग डिच का पानी भी पी लेंगे. हम लोग को खाना मिल जाएगा प्लेट में कैसे न कैसे. No, boss. Every one of you are affected. Every one of you are affected. जितना मैं affect हुआ हूँ, आप भी होंगे, आपके बच्चे भी होंगे, आपके पापा भी होंगे, आपके मम्मी भी होंगे. So if you want to really work for environment, you want to really become leaders, start questioning. But it is a very simple thing. डर को छोड़ के देखो. बड़े-बड़े गुंडे, बड़े-बड़े जो पिक्चरों में दिखाए जाते हैं, the movies that scare you, everything will go off. You don't want out a super hero नहीं बनना है, रजनीकांत नहीं बनना है कि 20 लोगों को मारना है, 40 लोगों को मारना है. No, the system is there with us. RTI will support you, the court will support you. हमको जेल हुआ है, 5-6 बार जेल हुआ है मेरे को. इतना प्लेजरेबल मूवमेंट था मेरे लिए. अब सरकार मेरे को जेल नहीं भेजती है. Because there's so much to gain from that. The state will try to scare you once or twice. But once the state knows that you're strong-willed, तुम question करोगे, the state will back off. Then they will start listening to you. So it is very important that this journey of creating forest, creating new technologies is supported with activism. Until we don't become activists, we will not be able to protect this world. We will not be able to protect this country. It is already too late. You may not realize it. COVID ने जो lesson सिखाया, one small virus which does not weigh more than 38 grams, the total COVID virus of this world did not weigh 38 grams. It stopped the world from running. Some say it's nature's lease. ये nature का जो ना प्रखंड प्रकोप है. Because the forests which are supposed to absorb Nipah virus, coronavirus, COVID virus, it's unleashed this rage. So let us not play with it. Start responding to things, start using common sense. मैं सिर्फ common sense की बात कर रहा हूँ. पानी को protect करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? Should water be protected or not? I want an answer. Should soil be protected or not? Should nature as forest be protected or not? We cannot allow companies to loot in the name of development. Don't allow companies to loot in the name of development. It is our wealth. We need to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring speech, the path-breaking initiative by you. Thank you so much, Piyush, Manojji. Dear students, the Social Leadership Development Program is all about leadership in society, the societal transformation. Yes, MIT World Peace University has been trying to connect this dot, not only the modern time, the modern era, but also connecting dots with the ancient wisdom, the origin, identity of all of us, that is Bharatiyata. We talked about agriculture yesterday, we talked about peace building yesterday, we talked about grassroots leadership in the morning, and this session is about environment and sustainability. These different spheres of leadership reminds me of Arya Chanakya, who talked about Bharatiyata, who talked about our own identity, how we can preserve and understand our own culture. Yes, that is what we are trying to unite here. We are trying to connect dots here through social leadership program. May I now request my technical team to relay a short clip on Arya Chanakya to take us back to the roots that we belong to. Technical team.
Om Sarve Abhi Sukhinas Santu Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukkhabhat Bhavet Upasthaste Anamiva Ayakshma Asmabhyam Santu Pratyepasuta Dirghanayo Pratibuddhimana Vayam Tushyam Balhartasyam Om हमसे भाग्यशाली हैं वे जिन्होंने इस धरा पर जन्म लिया जहां स्वर्ग और मुक्ति का द्वार है। ईश्वर भी इन्हीं शब्दों में भारतवर्ष की महिमा का गान करते हैं। पवित्रता, त्याग और साहसियों की भूमि, ज्ञान, विज्ञान, कला, व्यापार व औषधियों से परिपूर्ण भूमि, हमारे पूर्वजों की कर्म भूमि, जहां दानवी शक्तियों को दैवी शक्तियों ने पराजित किया। उत्तुंग शिखरों व सुंदर वनों से आच्छादित पवित्र, आनंद, शौर्य, उत्सर्ग, राष्ट्र भक्ति, श्रेष्ठ गुणों व दया के लिए प्रसिद्ध भूमि, स्वर्ग से भी श्रेष्ठ भारत भूमि और उसी भारत भूमि के उत्थान के लिए अपना सर्वस्व समर्पित करने की भावना के साथ मां भारती के पुत्र आज अपनी अपनी जन्मभूमि वापस जाएंगे। पर मैं आज यहां से किसी मागध, किसी मालव, किसी लिच्छवी, किसी कुरु, किसी पांचाल को नहीं जाने दूंगा। आज यहां से सिर्फ भारतीय जाएगा। अनेक प्रकार की भाषा बोलने वाले और अनेक प्रकार के धर्मों को धारण करने वाले जन समूहों को भारत भूमि एक घर में निवास करने वाले सहोदरों के समान धारण करती है। हमारी मातृभूमि राजनैतिक रूप से अनेक महाजनपदों में बटी अवश्य है, पर सांस्कृतिक रूप से वह एक ही संस्कृति के प्रवाह में मां भारती के पुत्र पल्लवित हो रहे हैं, तो जनपदों की सीमाएं उन्हें कैसे बांट सकती हैं? मैं सावधान कर रहा हूं मेरे सामने बैठे भरत पुत्रों को कि जनपदों की सीमा के आधार पर भारतीयों को बांटने का प्रयास मत करें। संस्कृति के सूत्र को संभाल कर रखना जो मानव को मानव से जोड़ता है, क्योंकि देख रहा हूं कि जनपदों की राजनीति मानव को मानव से तोड़ रही। अतः राजनीति के उस दायित्व का निर्वाह अब संस्कृति को करना होगा। संस्कृति को ही सेतु बनाना होगा, क्योंकि संस्कृति कोई भाषा नहीं, संस्कृति कोई जाति नहीं है, संस्कृति कोई धर्म नहीं। भारतीय आध्यात्म तो दावे के साथ कहता है कि मानव का ईश्वर से एकाकार निश्चित है, पर उससे पहले मानव का मानव से एकाकार तो हो। क्या जनपदों की सीमाएं मानव को मानव से मिलने से रोक सकती? और यदि ऐसा है तो उन सीमा रेखाओं को मिटाना है जो हमारे हृदयों पर अंकित हैं। जब स्नातक यहां से जाएं तो जितने जोर से हो सके गाएं हमारी सांस्कृतिक एवं राष्ट्रीय एकता का स्वर, समवेत स्वर, ताकि गुरुकुल के आचार्यों को विश्वास हो कि उन्होंने एक राष्ट्र का निर्माण किया है, उसे खंड खंड में बांटा नहीं। मां भारती तुम्हारा मार्ग प्रशस्त करे। उत्थिष्ठ भारत। ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
Thank you technically for that wonderful video. This concept of Arya Chanakya will always remind us about our roots, our identity, being Bharatiya, and feel proud for being that one identity. Thank you so much. Moving on, it's time to invite the third speaker, Shri Dinesh Srivastavaji. Before I invite sir, I take this opportunity to introduce sir to you. Sir graduated from Allahabad University in 1970, commenced career at Training School of the Bhabha Atomic Research Center in Mumbai in 1971. In 1979, sir joined the Variable Energy Cyclotron Center and went on to become the distinguished scientist and director of the Variable Energy Cyclotron Center, Kolkata. Dr. Srivastava also played an important role in international collaboration with institutions such as CER in Geneva, FAIR, Darmstadt, Germany, Triumph, Vancouver, Canada. Sir has been awarded with Outstanding Referee Award from the American Physical Society, Outstanding Service Award for the Nuclear Education from the Indian Nuclear Society, and Homi Baba Lecture Award from the Institute of Physics, UK. Please put your hands to welcome Dr. Dinesh Srivastava, Senior Scientist, ISC Bengaluru.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, young students, namaskar. I'm very grateful to the organizers of this very topical event of immense importance to for the very survival of our species, and for allowing me to share my views with you. I have never been to Pune before, except for passing by the railway station once long back in 1974. Now, first thing first, even before I start, I would like to apologize to our young and future generations for not leaving behind a better world and for bringing the planet into such a miserable mess. Having said that, we note that science, not just science, but rather sirens of warnings of climate change due to global warming have been blaring for quite some time. And we know that we have been witnessing rising temperatures, early springs, longer summers, hot Siberia, hot polar regions, and massive crop failures. We have witnessed year after year the hottest summers in recorded history in many parts of the world. Even polar regions are getting very warm and seriously affecting the lives, habitat, and food sources, and the very survival of our polar bears and penguins. They have also triggered a cascade of warming and distress across the planet. The temperature in traditionally hot regions are scaling newer heights, which are beyond human endurance. Places which have never been seen temperatures over 30 degrees centigrade routinely touch 40 degrees centigrade or even 50 degrees centigrade, causing severe heat distress, extreme discomfort, loss of production, heat strokes, and loss of life. Extreme events are more frequent and ferocious. Now floods are ferocious, snowstorms are terrible, and droughts are long and severe. Just now you heard that we never had such a drought in the last 100 years. Higher temperatures are turning forests into tinder boxes, leading to devastating forest fires that deposit millions of tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and kill millions and millions of animals and birds. Droughts, floods, cloudbursts, landslides, cyclones, snowstorms, and forest fires are becoming more frequent, more severe, and more devastating. Earlier, we would get cyclone mostly in the east coast of India. Cyclones on the west coast used to be rare and mild, but now we have frequent severe cyclones on the west coast also. The USA is being whacked by deadly hurricanes every now and then. Just recently, we had a severe flood caused by a hurricane in Mediterranean, which they call Medicane, in Libya, where several thousand were killed, entire neighborhoods were washed away into the sea, and more than 10,000 are still missing. Fortunately, India has established a very extensive and accurate weather forecast and cyclone warning system, and at least Andhra, Odisha, and West Bengal have developed extensive networks to provide cyclone centers, ensuring near zero loss of life with the help of National Disaster Response Force. Warmer oceans are leading to changing ocean streams, and coral reefs are getting bleached with the associated destruction of the entire ecosystem which they support. Due to more acidic waters caused by excessive warming of oceans. Soon the melting of ice in polar regions and Greenlands will accelerate this. Island nations and coastal towns will vanish. Coastal erosion are already on the rise in all parts of the world. A large part of countries like Bangladesh and Maldives will go under the sea due to the rise in sea level, which may touch several meters now. Snow in polar regions and glaciers are melting faster. Melting snow and the decreasing ice reflect a lesser amount of sunlight and cause more heating. Perennial rivers like Ganga, Sindhu, Brahmaputra, Yangtze, Yellow River, and Mekong, etc., may be exposing billions of people to water stress. Permafrost is melting in Northern America, Tibet, and Siberia, releasing methane, a very potent greenhouse gas, and releasing microbes and viruses which were buried there for billions of years. Tropical diseases like malaria, dengue, chikungunya, and cholera are spreading beyond the tropics to the northern and southern regions of the globe. Fish are moving to what used to be cooler waters as their habitats around the equator gets too warm. Crops are failing and may become impossible to cultivate, many of them like rice, wheat, and sugarcane, etc., due to water scarcity and rising temperatures. Rising humidity, rising temperature, and longer summers are creating ideal conditions for pests to multiply and for several generations of them to grow in a given season. The same applies to mosquitoes. You people definitely know that global warming and hence climate change is being caused by greenhouse gases, mainly carbon dioxide, which traps the heat radiated by the earth when it is heated by the sun. Carbon dioxide released by thermal power plants, transports, and industries, which use fossil fuel. Deforestation due to demands of agriculture, palm oil, and meat industry, as well as mining aggravates it. The world released 36.8 billion tons of carbon dioxide in 2022, raising its concentration to almost 420 ppm, way above 300 ppm or less during the pre-industrial period. Just remember that a 1300 megawatt thermal power plant uses 4.5 million tons of coal every year. And this will release 16.5 million tons of carbon dioxide. The world has about 4,500 gigawatt of power being generated using fossil fuels. However, if you look at accumulated historical emissions, the USA alone accounted for 25% of all the carbon dioxide. European Union accounted for 22%, China accounted for 13%, and India accounted for just 3%. Unfortunately, Asian, African, and Latin American countries that contributed least to this menace will be the greatest sufferers. Even more unfortunately, they are also least likely to have technological and financial means to combat the devastating effects of rising temperatures and implement solutions like green energy. They will also be forced to contribute hundreds of millions of climate refugees in the coming years. Even though scientists have been issuing warnings about this impending disruptions, disastrous fate for the decades, interested parties, especially coal, oil, and gas companies, have tried their best to discredit them, ridicule them, mislead people, and lull them into disregarding the warnings. Now that the crisis is upon us, agreement after agreement has been reached to try to help marginalized nations. However, the funds committed towards this are never made available, even as newer agreements are being signed. Countries like India face the double problem of lifting their huge population out of poverty and providing them with a better human development index. We know that quality of life can be measured by the amount of electricity you use. India now uses 1,300 kilowatt hour of power per person per year, whereas a decent human development index requires electricity usage of about 5,000 kilowatt hours. India has also declared its goal to become a developed nation by 2047. We know that fossil fuel consuming power plants and industries are polluting and producers of carbon dioxide. Okay, but please remember that solar energy and wind energy, which are being touted as a solution for this, are also very intermittent and unreliable. Okay, you don't have solar energy when there is night, or when there are clouds, or when there is rain. Please also remember that it is going to lead to millions of tons of electronic waste every year. Within 5 to 10 years, the efficiency of solar plants is also very low. So I will just talk about nuclear energy, which is unaffected by weather. It is available 24 hours a day. Nuclear power plants have efficiency of 95 to 98%, and once installed, they give you power for 50 to 80 years. Nuclear energy is safe and plentiful. It can also provide the base load. Now, I will not take more of your time, but I would like to tell you that before long we have proof of operability of nuclear fusion reactors at ITER, for which India is also participant, and which will provide us with a clean and inexhaustible source of energy to last billions of years. We have to use every possible source of green energy in a responsible manner. Okay? And we also need to produce steel and cement using green hydrogen. The One Sun, One World, One Grid plan of India and the International Solar Alliance, which is already agreed upon by more than 140 countries, is one such plan in this direction, and it will not need, it will minimize the use of batteries. Climate, please remember that climate change affects every country, and it cannot be tackled unless every country contributes to it. We need to immediately halve our carbon dioxide emission, and by eliminate it by 2050 or so. We have not even touched the problem of water stress, which has been alluded to earlier. We should be able to mitigate the harshest likely effects of climate change and have a sustainable development. So we have created a mess with our stupid, short-sighted, selfish and self-devastating policy. It is up to you to save us from it, because we have completely failed in our duties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for inspiring word. Please put hands together for sir. Thank you so much. Please maintain decorum, dear students. Thank you so much. Now we'll have a quick question and answer session. We have a first question from Devanshi. The question has been addressed to Manish Kothari, sir. Devanshi.
Hello, sir. I'm Devanshi Parekh from first year Environmental Sciences. My question to you is, do you think in the future more opportunities will open up in the circular economy?
I think the opportunities for circular economy are huge because whatever problems we are seeing and we see around us, as an entrepreneur, I think every problem is an opportunity. So the more problems you see, the more opportunities are there. If you just start to understand and get the data on how much is not reused or recycled, that is the extent of opportunity. It's limitless in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next question is coming from Shubhankar. The question is been addressed to Piyush Manu, sir. Shubhankar.
Hello, sir. Myself Shubhankar K. I am from MSc Environment Science first year. So my question is that due to lot of study, it is told that the tourism is very harmful for the biodiversity and the forest area.
Yes, it surely is. जैसे अभी एक नया प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है अंडमान निकोबार में हाई एंड टूरिज्म के लिए. They want to wipe out 150 square kilometers of Great Nicobar Island and bring port, high-end tourism for 7-star facility. So obviously tourism is one big challenge. Uttarakhand में हमने tourism का pressure देखा, हिमाचल में tourism का pressure देखा, Kashmir is facing that same pressure today. So tourism needs to be regulated, needs to be really controlled. Otherwise, it will become a disaster. It will cause a much bigger disaster than what money has been earned out of tourism. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I invite Dr. Vanishri Ramanathan, Associate Professor, School of Health Sciences, for concluding remarks and offer vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and the very active participants, before concluding this insightful session, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have made this event a resounding success. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to our esteemed panel of speakers, each of whom has illuminated various facets of our theme. Firstly, we appreciate the innovator, Dr. Manish Kothari ji, for sharing the SPB model, a socio-economic model, and for elucidating the value chain. Next, our sincere thanks go to Dr. Piyush Manush, the environmental champion, for not only guiding us towards sustainable eco-business, but also showcasing a sustainable and eco-friendly way of life. Your initiators, including the Coop Forest, Salem Citizens Forum, stand as a shining examples of the crucial role social leadership plays in achieving sustainable development. I also would like to express our gratitude to our Executive President, Professor Rahul V. Karad, who has visualized the platform like this to ignite the young mind. Our gratitude extends to our senior scientist, Dr. Dinesh Srivastava, whose profound insights to the climate change and sustainable energy option. We must also acknowledge the diligent efforts of the organizing committee of Sldp 2023 for providing this enriching platform and bringing together diverse perspectives. A special thanks goes to MITWPU leadership team, both on the dais and off the dais, and for their unwavering commitment to the cause of sustainable development. Our sincere gratitude extends to our attentive and engaged audience. Your presence and active participation has added immense value to this dialogue. In conclusion, let us all pledge together to contribute preserving today for betterment for tomorrow. Let me quote Piyush Manush ji, you protect the nature, nature protects you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Vanishri. I have a quick announcement for the next session 5 on social leadership for entrepreneurship and innovation is scheduled at 2. The session would start sharp at 2, so kindly assemble in the Sabha Mandap in time. We have eminent speakers, D. Gauri Shankar, founder, Faborg, Bhargavi Davar, and Mansukh Bhai Prajapati, founder of MITWPU. Thank you and have a great day. See you in session 5 on social leadership for entrepreneurship and innovation. Here I conclude the program. The session 04 is over. Thank you and have a great day.